Okay. Now I would like to open our international conference, Advanced Learning Technologies and Application, Digital Transformation 2026. We started to organize this conference in 2003. It's long time. Then every year we are organizing such conference. And hundreds of our researchers, practitioners, students, teachers, associated professors, different kinds of people working with some how to use ACT in educational process. Usually they have possibility to share experience, what they are doing, to share research results, and really I'm so happy. Today we will have session 1. This session are dedicated more or less to the practitioners, and of course we will listen some theoretical presentations. And really I'm very proud to introduce our first speaker, Diana Mariana Huber. Please, floor is yours, and the first presentation will be about micro-credentials. Please.
Thank you. Good morning to our face-to-face audience, because Danga organized also our face-to-face meeting, and good morning to our online audience. My name is Diana Huber. I represent Liberate Skills, Pact for Skills. We are a Pact for Skills representing the criminal correctional justice system, and I am the theoretical face of the pact related to the pedagogical aspects of continuous adult vocational education and training, a concept that we offer to all our members and that we apply in our European projects that we develop together. I'm going to share with my face-to-face audience, which are my project partners, and with you, the online audience, a couple of slides related to the micro-credentials. And it explains a bit the theory behind what we are using in our Pact for Skills across 4 ongoing projects. That means quite a lot of countries and a substantial number of learners. And in this particular case, I'm going to use the Promote project, which is the project that we, the face-to-face audience, have met for, and for which Danga gracefully acts as our host. You are entering the conversation of micro-credentials in our pact from the idea of a competence. This is the word that we are using, and it is a conscious choice. We are not using skills, we are using competences, and we have a lot of reasons to do so. And when it comes to competences in our context, which is adult continuous vocational training, we use micro-credentials as a form that we offer to our learners to evidentiate their achievement in having a competence. That doesn't mean that a person having a competence is automatically that someone also recognizes that competence. And we want to be in the middle of that process to provide our learners credible, traceable evidence to make them recognition ready. We use this in our specific setup, which is informal, non-formal education. And this is a form of education that rarely produces evidence. And we use the micro-credentials as such of an instrument. You see on the screen our definition, our working definition for the micro-credential, a structured, defensible claim that demonstrates a competence based on clearly defined learning outcomes, appropriate evidence, and transparent assessment. So a microcredential is a standalone digital artifact. You can have just one and make sense of it and use it. It is verifiable. So it's not only you as a learner that you show the microcredential, but also the ecosystem around you can check that what is behind that microcredential is true. It is portable. It means that the microcredential has a value of credibility across several countries, several ecosystems. It is outcome-based. So the microcredential is built on the assessment of a performance. And it is issued by an accountable organization or a consortium or a pact. You always know who issued the microcredential. These are the characteristics, and you also see in the slide a counter-argument of what microcredential is not. Is not a certificate of participation, is not a short, modularized content form. It is not a learning activity without assessment. It is not a digital badge without assessed outcomes. And it is not hour-based proxy for a competence. So we would never say in a microcredential, if that person attended 5 hours, automatically it means that the person has the competence. That is not a microcredential. So you see what it is and what it is not in our context. And looking at what Europe has produced until now, there are a lot of cases where microcredentials are used as a concept, but so far are not making a great success in continuous vocational adult education and training, because they are associated with a lot of concepts that they are not actually connected in reality. Microcredentials are either used as a definition of a short form course, which is not the case. They're used as a participation demonstration, which is not the case. They inflate a claim saying, oh, you have this microcredential and it means that you have 10 competencies certified through it. A microcredential cannot do that because it is linked with learning outcomes. Or it has been constantly used in demonstrating number of hours of participation. And the microcredential is much more than a chronometer of learning hours. It happened that we've seen microcredentials that don't have a transparent assessment process behind it. So it fails to demonstrate how it was obtained. Or it has difficulties in being verifiable. If a third party cannot verify it through an external link, it is not a microcredential built according to the European Commission recommendations. There has been a lot of conversation that if you have a microcredentials, it means that automatically it is recognized. And this is something that a microcredential cannot do. A microcredential is recognition ready, meaning we have all the data, all the requirements, all the process, all the transparent quality assurance processes, all the links and the metadata available in a standardized format, recognized by the European Commission, verified through all the protocols and the platforms of the European Commission. But that doesn't mean it is guaranteed and automatic that each member state and each qualification authority has to recognize it. This is a case by case, learner by learner, ecosystem by ecosystem conversation. So we cannot promise things that a microcredential doesn't do. A microcredential is a digital artifact. It belongs to the learner, and it is the learner and its context responsible for the recognition per se. Within our path, we have a methodology of 6 phases to design the microcredential. We have the purpose, why and for whom are we designing? We have the competence in itself. What competence are we designing the microcredential for? We have the evidence that is behind it. What is the learner going to produce for that specific microcredential? We have the assessment with criteria and validation. We have the claim. What is the assessment with all the metadata claiming? What are we actually microcredentializing? And we have the issuance, a verifiable and accountable issuing procedure. How a competence becomes a credential. We have the competence definition described through a set of learning outcomes. What can the learner demonstrate? It is observable, measurable, and framework aligned. This is how our learning outcomes are being described. Then we have the evidence, evaluated against assessment criteria. We have authentic outputs that are produced by the learner, evaluated on a set of criteria set by the partnership, by the quality assurance process, by the people that have created the framework of competencies. And then we have the competence claim. What is the learner claiming when the learner is asking for a microcredential? That competence claim is communicated as a microcredential, responding to the question, what has been assessed? It is limited, defensible, and machine readable. It means that limited, it means being very precise, 1, 2, 3 learning outcomes, explicitly explained so that everyone that reads the microcredential can understand what they are. And these are the 5 non-negotiables that our microcredentials have built in. Limited bounded competence. We are not giving a microcredential for a framework or for 100 competencies. It is limited so that we are very precise and accurate what we are claiming and what we are assessing. 1 coherent unit, not a total syllabus. 3 to 5 learning outcomes, not more than that. If it is more than that, we go into the conversation of a diploma, of a certificate, of some other kind of conversation, not a micro-credential. It is ESCO and EQF aligned. That is a non-negotiable so that it is recognized in all member states as a micro-credential and not something else. Each outcome has to be mapped to ESCO links and to EQF levels declared and defensible. So it's not just because we say so, but it also has an argument valid behind it. It is evidence driven by the assessment, authentic outputs, transparent criteria, identified assessors, and separate validation process. It is RPL by default. What RPL means? Recognition of prior learning. A microcredential has to be applicable for current learning, but also for prior learning. because a micro-credential does not represent the learning process, but it represents the internalized competence and the learning outcomes that a learner can demonstrate. We do not look at when it was learned, but what it was learned. And it has to be verifiable digital issuance. So we need to have it as a digital artifact that a learner can put in a digital wallet, be it the European digital wallet, be it Europass certificate, or any other digital wallet that a member state chooses to use at national level. As I said, the learning path that a learner has is flexible. The evidence path is very fixed in a micro-credential. So you can come through the micro-credentialing process from a course, from workplace experience, from informal learning, self-directed learning, previous learning that happened a while ago and you are applying it in real life. That is not the criteria to decide the micro-credentials, but what we assess and what are the evidence, those are the fixed criteria. And if the learner can demonstrate the assessment process, the learning pathway is not a conversation for the micro-credential. In the governance of the micro-credentialing process, we have 4 mandatory roles. Who is the assessor? So the person that evaluates the learner against the criteria. Who is the validator? The person or the institution that confirms the assessment process was okay, was sound. Who is the awarding body? That institution that is authorized to confirm that the credential might be awarded. And who is the issuer? The entity that publicly signs, publish, and stands behind the micro-credential. Because every micro-credential has to be digitally sealed in a specific way according to the recommendations of the European Commission. In a small organization, these roles can be within the organization, but very clearly, separately defined with a very solid quality assurance process. In our case, at pact level, each member of the pact, each partner in the project will have a different role according to the micro-credential that we are issuing. Here you have an example. This is a competence that we have in our project that we are going to micro-credentialize. We have the competence title, empathic communication for correctional practitioners. We have the EQF level, which is 5, set by the partnership. We have the workload, which is roughly 20 to 25 hours, but this is not an assessment subject. This is a description so that someone could understand orientatively how long it took. The pathway is standard and recognition of prior learning. The format, this is the specific format of the platform that European Commission is using, and it assures interoperability. So this is a specific standard digital format. And the reach, in our specific case, 10 European countries. We have described the competence unit, which is very clear. We have 5 learning outcomes attached to it. And we have an explanation how it was assessed. The learner that claims this micro-credential has provided multi-stakeholder case study analysis, They have provided critical reflective journal, and they have provided peer role-play facilitated record. These three evidence have been submitted to the assessor. The assessor evaluated them. The assessor shared the information with the rest of the roles. All the process was happening. The evidence was considered substantial and enough, and the micro-credential was issued. One micro-credential for this specific component. This micro-credential tells a stakeholder that this learner knows and understands and is able to do and is present in the doing process of this specific learning outcomes. Nothing more, nothing less. Here you have a list of concepts of why the micro-credential is interoperable digital artifact, because it is based in ESCO coding, which ESCO coding is something ratified by all member states. It uses the European learning model, which is a model set up by the European Commission and travels across the educational systems of the European member states. It is designed specifically by the requirements of the European digital credentials, and it is embedded in Europass Wallet or QDR, which is Qualification Dataset Register. That is a digital register catered by the European Commission, where all the issuers and all the catalogs are being uploaded. And yes, it is also available on public catalog entry with specific details so that anybody wanting to claim such a micro-credential could identify what it is. You have here a snapshot of the methodology that we are going to develop within the project. And what we consider interesting is that our micro-credentials are not going to be automatically generated. They are going to be generated by learners' request. So we have this as a possibility, but the learner has to request the micro-credential in order for us to issue. It's not going to be a by default generation. And the other thing that we consider innovative is that we have a passive evidence capture protocol. What does that mean? From the design point into the delivery of the learning experience, into all the interactions with the learner, the project partners are collecting already evidence so that at the end, we don't have to go back and ask the learner any more extra details if the learner wishes to claim a micro-credential. You have here an example of how we process from the competence framework that the partnership has developed to the learning outcomes that the partners are writing, to a multinational pilot with 3 cohorts and with 71 learners reached in 8 countries in a very specific process of piloting, to the 13 micro-credential types that we will be able to issue once all the evidence is being captured throughout the piloting experience. We wanted to experiment this to show what micro-credentials can do and what are the possibilities and what we see as the future digital experiences that the current policy context in Europe is letting us experiment. and what the technology can provide in terms of accessibility and democratization of access into all kinds of vocational education and training experiences. We design first and foremost for the learner. The micro-credential belongs to the learner, not to the institution that issues, not to the institution that provides the assessment. It is a personal record, a digital artifact of an internal process, which is meaning making. And it is the first time in pedagogical history that we are putting the learner in the middle of the process, and we are offering an instrument that reflects a very intimate internal process of a person. Learning is meaning making, and micro-credentials is a form of taking an X-ray or taking a photograph of that particular internal process. It is also for the employers to understand a bit the portrait of the learner, the portrait of all the potential abilities that the learner has, and what it can enhance the workplace. We also want to do this experiment for training providers to help them have a more clear image of what they are producing through the learning processes that they are supporting. And not the least, we want to showcase our pilot to the policymakers and to help put learners in the middle of all the policy developments that will happen from now on at European level, to showcase that adult education is equally valid as any kind of other education, that continuous VET is equally valuable as any other form of context learning, and that informal and non-formal learning produces equally valuable resources and results in the learner. It doesn't matter where you learn, it matters what you have internalized and what you are able to put out in the world. You will see here behind the two entities that are going to pilot and experiment and be behind this process. On one hand is our Pact for Skills, and on the other hand is the Promote project that our on-site audience has gathered for. And they are initiatives both supported, actively supported and funded by the European Commission. These are the three things that I really hope you take with you from this conversation, that micro-credentials are not smaller courses. 2 years ago, when we started this conversation, all I was able to hear around me is that micro-credentials are courses. Now I'm happy to say micro-credentials are not smaller courses. They have nothing to do with that part of the learning process. The other thing is recognition is external. Recognition is not something automatically generated by a micro-credential, but recognition readiness is something that we have to build in our micro-credentials. And the third point is digital infrastructure isn't optional. It is mandatory. This doesn't work without the digital infrastructure. Thank you for your patience. I'm sure our host will provide a communication platform through which you, the online participants, can ask questions, and Dangola will be kind enough to share with us the questions, and we will be more than happy to provide written answers for anything that your participants would like to find out.
Thank you, Diana.
Thank you.
Thank you. And really, I think I speak about micro credentials. Really, it's very important, and not so many of us knows what really it means. Thank you very much for really very useful presentation. And again, I would like to repeat that we have a hybrid conference. A lot of partners from Turkey, Kazakhstan, Latvia, Lithuania, from different countries, they are remote. And now in this building, if it's possible, I asked Thomas, can you show how many participants do we have here? Would you move camera? Okay. Because you know, it's impossible to show me because I see a lot of people looking. Yes. And now we are waiting for the next presenter, Nadine and Eleanor. Okay. And okay. Thank you. And after a few seconds, you will find your presentation. Thank you. Goodbye.
So thanks, Danga, and thanks to all your team. Thanks for being us here today. Good morning to all the Promote partners in the room, and good morning to everyone online. Shall we do a little introduction of ourselves? Yeah, let's do that. My name is Rihanna Williams. I work for Interchange, which is a small nonprofit based in Bremen in Germany, and I'm one of the partners on the Promote project alongside.
And I'm Nadine Lobner. I work for the Bremen Ministry of Justice, and we are another partner in the project.
So, following on from Diana Huber's presentation about the methodology behind Promote, which I'm very pleased that you presented, we're going to present a slightly more practical aspect of Promote, but I'll start off by bring you back into the point of the project where we are at right now. So apologies to project partners. This is repeating some of the information that you might have heard yesterday, but bear with us, we'll get there. So as you've already heard from Diana, the Promote project is European funded and supported by the Commission Initiative. And it's a flagship partnership for the Centres of Vocational Excellence funding programme. And you've already heard also that Promote and Deliberate Skills, Pact for Skills, is part of these initiatives to create a European framework for correctional competences. So it fits into part of a bigger picture in that sense. And yeah, okay. We are going to today give you an introduction into the second part of the Promote project as we come past year one's needs analysis, which we completed in all of the Promote partnership countries, which consisted of over 700 interview questionnaires and nearly 150 interviews with a whole range of practitioners from the justice system. And the aim of this was to identify gaps or potential loops in training for people who work with people who are in detention. So that could be that they work within detention facilities or on the outside, or they could work in probation service. It doesn't really matter where they worked. The point was that they needed the same skills, and these skills had somehow either not been present in their training or was slightly different, had evolved in the sense that they were slightly different now to what they were before. And it's really important to emphasize at this stage that we are not recreating any national training for correctional services. We are not trying to reinvent what's already there, but instead to complement what's already going on and find where we can support our practitioners to be even more connected and better prepared for their fields. All right.
Yeah, so I think I will go to the deliverable now. So we have all in all 5 working packages, and in all the working packages, we have several deliverables that we are working on, and one of those were virtual simulations. So this was in strong collaboration with Interchange, the Bremen Ministry of Justice, NPA, Betty, and KTU. And the deliverable itself focuses on developing prototype-level virtual simulations in order to support vocational training in justice settings. So a brief implementation overview. We have the concept, development process, and key outcomes that we will dive deeper into. The goal of this virtual simulation implementations was, in fact, to create immersive scenario-based learning, to support realistic professional decision-making, and to train key competences such as communication, emotional regulation, professional judgment, and to provide safe learning environments within the correctional sector. So why did we choose virtual simulations? We played around with several ideas. And then we realized that there are many competences which are situational and relational, and traditional training is not sufficient anymore. So the simulations themselves, they allow us to practice without real-world risk, to test different responses, and to reflect on the consequences. The key decision was, first, we were exploring virtual reality possibilities, and then we moved on to simulations. Because I mean the initial idea of virtual reality scenarios was that they would be very high immersive, that they needed high tech, that they needed a lot of financial inflow that not all the partners would be able to provide. So virtual simulation sessions would be possible to implement for everyone in different levels. So there is no special hardware required. It's more scalable across the partners. It is, as I said, cost efficient, and it focuses on pedagogy and technology. That's why we implemented a H5P branching scenario and integrated it on the Moodle platforms with the help of our partners. So the features were decision-based learning, interactive storytelling, and traceable learning paths. A duration of a branching scenario should be around 4 to 10 minutes per session, and the learners in the scenarios interact with their decision influence and the outcome, and make learning active and engaging. So we had two scenarios that we were working on. First, we had a multilingual context with a family visit in the Bremen prison. So we had a filming team, a professional filming team, that helped us to film the scenarios, the scripts that we have written in this context. The second scenario was a person in detention in emotional distress. And we were trying to catch different learning outcomes, as they're never standing alone. They're always cross-cutting. So we were working on dynamic security, family engagement, and multilingual communication. For you to understand how this was implemented in the online Moodle platform, so our partners created very wisely like two sections where we could enter in the sections, start the training sessions. So first you have kind of a description, a reflective process of what you're going to enter when you're starting with the learning, with the self-paced learning section in this branching scenario. And then for you to understand, we have here some stills from the filming scenarios that we had in the prison. And then you see a specific scene, and then you go to the branch, you come to the branches, and you choose how you would react in that specific scenario that you are entering. So this helps to have, as I said earlier, self-paced learning process and a momentous reflective moment in every step that you're moving forward. Here you see another scenario. There is exactly the reflective process that I was talking about. There is written notice signs of emotional stress linked to family news. Can you tell the difference between stress and real danger? Speak calmly and use simple words, and so forth. And then you can continue playing within these branching scenarios. And then we have the development process. So this on-site was co-created with practitioners. So beforehand, when we have written the script for the branching scenarios, practitioners of the prison, they were reading the scripts, they were readapting, they were telling us what situations are actually realistic. And then when we filmed the the scenarios in the prison. They were on site. They guided us through the process. They brought critiques in the moment, which was very beneficial for us because then we could adapt in the moment. The professional production team that we hired was Percy Productions from the UK. They already have a lot of experience or several situations that they had in filming scenarios within the prison. So this was a high quality input that we had. We had expert validation during the filming through food practitioners that I mentioned, and the ethical standards were ensured. Then the added value is, of course, that it was real experiences. So theory was translated. It is scalable across the countries, adaptable to different systems, and supports modern competence-based training. So yeah, the demonstration is that there is this live example of simulations. When we're in this learning situation, we experience decision-making processes in the branching scenarios, and we explore learning interactions. And the practical design options is that a simple structure is recommended. So one situation combined with one key decision. Then a scenario should be anchored in one main learning outcome, even though cross-cutting. Situations should be realistic and drawn from daily practice, and meaningful dilemmas should be presented and consequences clearly illustrated. I will not go too deep in the implementation approaches now, but of course there are several other opportunities that there are. We chose H5P, which for us was the most beneficial one in this process. And in terms of final reflection, we can say that these effective scenarios are based on clear learning outcomes. Impact is driven by these realistic situations and decisions, and high production effort is not essential if the choices are made wisely in terms of what learning outcomes should be implemented, should be tackled, and can be reflected up and during the process. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to move forward to the next presenters.
Thank you, Nadine and Rhiannon, about really such activities. Some of us we know more, but for our virtual and remote participants, I think it really was very important. We are so proud because we have possibility to participate in this project. As I mentioned, this conference are organized by National Distance Education Association, BETI, and with support of a very strong, very professional team from e-learning technology center at Kaunas University of Technology. And now I would like to ask Gytis Cibulskis. He will continue moderation of this ALTA conference. And maybe Gytis will introduce the next speaker. Gytis, can you hear me?
Yes, Danguolė. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. As Danguolė said, I will take over for the moderation of the session. And I'd like to introduce and I'd like to invite Professor Hasan Arslan to make a presentation titled AI-Assisted Education Through Pedagogical Intelligence. Professor, are you with us? Okay. Nice to see you.
Hi to everyone. I wish I were there. Then I really enjoy the conference while listening to the presentation. Then first of all, I would like to thank you, Professor Danga, her excellent organization, also Professor Gytis. I would like to thank you for this excellent organization too. Then I listened to Diana's presentation related to the micro-credential. I guess it has been very helpful presentation. Also, Nadine's presentation, I enjoyed listening to them. Now, I would like to share my presentation with you, if you let me. Then 1 second. Then 1 second. I guess that you are able to see my presentation now.
Yes, yes, we see your screen, we see your presentation.
Okay, today I would like to talk about AI-assisted education through pedagogical intelligence, and that's very important for all of us. And first of all, we started a project a couple of years ago. The title of the project was 21st Century Digital Pedagogies for Building Better and Sustainable Development in Education, in Higher Education. Of course, we have worked with DANGA, with the BETI organization, CNSPA from Romania, and University of Latvia, then also University of Macedonia in this project. Just we completed this project last year. We produced three important intellectual output in this project. The first output was modular digital pedagogy curriculum. Then second output was teaching materials related to how to teach digital pedagogy in teaching and learning environment. That I guess that we have been very successful producing new teaching materials. Then also the last output was a scenario-based visual digital pedagogy guide. Then this is there were three intellectual output in this project. Then in this project, we focus on digital pedagogy because, there has been very important transformation from the digital classical pedagogies to digital pedagogy. We know that digital pedagogy is not merely about using technology in teaching. It is about rethinking instruction strategies. Everything is changed maybe after the COVID, then we started to use very often the technologies in teaching and learning activities. And digital pedagogy is no longer a supplementary component of the education. It is a foundational element that shapes how knowledge is created, delivered, and received in the recent century. Then, as I mentioned, that we started to study on digital pedagogy that was very important in universities and some other educational institutions too, because everything has been changed by developing new technologies, innovative technologies, that after that we step one more about the AI application in education. Now, as we look at many projects related to AI application, then AI-assisted education and AI-supported education. Now, many educational institutions focus on the AI-assisted application in their teaching and learning programs. Then another concept is coming, maybe that is very important, pedagogical intelligence, because without applying pedagogical intelligence to teaching and learning environment, it is very difficult to be successful in AI assisted or AI supported educational activities. Then pedagogical intelligence in AI-assisted teaching and learning activities are very, very important because technology is not everything. Yes, we can use technology, but we cannot teach the students that how to learn, how to get learn and teaching in their activities. Artificial intelligence, yes, transforming educational workflow. Education system then must be changed to digital things, then we know that many national of education focus on the educational technologies. Then they try to give some training to their teachers and education staff how to use educational technology in education. Then maybe another important thing, digital education or digital pedagogy are missing in their programs. Then pedagogical intelligence focus on meaningful and human-centered teaching. AI create opportunities for personalized and adaptive learning environment. But without the pedagogical intelligence or pedagogical implication, it is very difficult to be successful in AI application, AI supported education activities in universities and educational institutions. Then digital era has changed teaching, learning, and assessment process. Then uh, we cannot see the previous educational methods anymore because everything has been changing very rapidly. Educational reform is necessary to improve quality, equity, and inclusion. Then I mentioned that even if the Minister of Education or education institutions, including universities, focus on the digital technologies, but I guess that they have not focused on the digital pedagogy and pedagogical intelligence enough yet. Then we know that, of course, Harvard garners multiple intelligence, then focus on 7 intelligences. That's very important in School of Education that we teach the students, the candidate teachers. But now the number of intelligence are increasing 8 or 9. Then one of this intelligence are pedagogical intelligence. Yes, pedagogical intelligence is the ability to make thoughtful teaching decisions. It involves reflection, empathy, and contextual understanding in education. If we don't apply the reflection, empathy, and contextual understanding in teaching activities, then applying the AI-assisted programs may not be successful. Teachers adapt instruction based on student needs and classroom conditions. Then, of course, the idea or the concept was improved by Pat Hutchins' pedagogical intelligence. But now we need to put together pedagogical intelligence with the AI applications together. In this case, I guess that we might be very, very successful in online teaching activities. Then intelligence pedagogists use smart and adaptive technologies in education. They improve learning process in real time, provide personalized learning experiences, integrate formal and informal learning opportunities, and increase the learner autonomy in teaching and learning activities. Of course, the uh, pedagogical intelligence is human-centered teaching. Then, while using AI applications, then putting together pedagogical intelligence, we will create very active, then very successful educational process in online education. Then teachers must balance machine learning with human values. AI cannot replace, of course, creativity, emotional understanding, or ethical reasoning. Educators should foster the collaboration and communication skills and human-centered pedagogy. Then pedagogic intelligence supports holistic student development. Then I guess that I use more time. Then I may say that pedagogical intelligence is essential in AI-enhanced educational activities. Technology should be strengthening then we spend more time to develop pedagogical intelligence activities in AI applications. Of course, the teachers remain key actors in meaningful educational transformation. Ethical, reflective, and addictive teaching practices are critical. The future of education depends on balancing AI with pedagogy and with pedagogical intelligence. And thank you so much for listening. It has been very quick, but that's okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Hasan. It was interesting to hear your presentation. Maybe we have any questions from audience?
Also, I left my email. Then, if they want to discuss some issues, all welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And we will be moving to second following presentation. And that's my presentation. Just a moment, I will share my screen. Yeah, and I will be presenting our experience in integrating artificial intelligence into Moodle. Just a moment, I will switch to. I hope this microphone should be a bit better quality. So, supercharging Moodle with artificial intelligence from multilingual course translation into course assistant. So what's the context? Why a course scoped artificial intelligence assistant was needed? So the challenge inside Moodle, as in all learning management system, that generic AI chatbots hallucinates the lack of access to actual course materials, and students need contextual, accurate, course-specific answers, not generic answers. Teachers also need simple controls over artificial intelligence or assistance, what it does and what students are allowed to do. So our response at KTU was to build a retrieval augmented generation pipeline scoped to individual Moodle course. So we integrate it natively into Moodle LMS, where students already work, and keep teachers in full control, enable, disable AI features per course or during the exam. So institutional context, KTU supports digital transformation strategy and responsible AI policy, reuse existing Azure OpenAI infrastructure, so no additional cloud costs for pilot, active contribution to attitude to different communities, lead them. So we will try to share this experience and contribute to community later on. So what we use, current Moodle AI plugin ecosystem, we use local AI manager, which is the central AI gateway, allows to manage the API keys, rate limits, provide routing for entire Moodle instance, block AI chat. Students can chat with the chatbot in a separate overlaid block in the Moodle, and block AI control allows teachers to control which AI features are accessible for students. And of course, question bank auto generates Moodle question bank from the course contents. So we supplemented this standard, not the standard, but open source plugin ecosystem with our AE RAG plugin developed by our team. And this plugin indexes selected course activities and resources into local vector store, retrieves relevant chunks as context for every AE chat response. So how it works? Teacher selects. So I will shortly explain and also will demonstrate live in the Moodle. So teacher selects activities for indexing. There is a separate menu for course RAG. Then step 2, content is chunked and vectorized. It's split it into embeddings, and they are stored in this local RAG database. Then students, when asking the question in the block IE chat, a query is running through the local OLAMA and extracts these embeddings from this vector database, and then sends those as a context to Azure OpenAI large language model. Then a response goes back from the large language model, already incorporating the local knowledge of the course, some specific answers generated from the course materials. So what you will see, I will demonstrate navigation to the course RAG indexing, enabling RAG for the course, enabling RAG for also selecting activities, and asking AI assistant a specific question. I will try to switch to the browser. Just a moment. So there is an actual KTU Moodle version. We have one course dedicated for the teachers, where we put all the support materials regarding the Moodle, how to deal with the KTU Moodle, how to put the activities, how to create the course inside the Moodle. So all the things that are related to the question. So inside the course, we have this course RAG. So we can, as a teacher, I can choose which activities and which resources should be indexed and added to this RAG. So I can click through several additional activities. I can select all, of course, but at the moment I decided not to do that. So I will index just a few resources and then save this to. So this runs through the pipeline and indexes, and then when me as a teacher or student ask for the question inside we have an assistant here. So when I have the questions about, for example, how to create a Moodle course inside KTU Moodle, or this question is already incorporating answers from the our support course for the teachers. So it even provides with some contacts or where you can ask additional information and so on and so on. So this also allows, this quite interesting because it stores the previous chat questions and also feeds this previous chat as a context. So the user can choose the preferences, how many previous answers it should store and feed to the, so I can disable this and say that, okay, just I'm working with the one, but I can enlarge this context and save and send more previous messages if I have some more prolonged conversation with the AI. There is also some support for the personas, so you can define and have but it's not implemented or yet in the production version, so we are experimenting with those in the development version. So there are a lot of features that are useful, and for the production version I cannot demonstrate the disable features in the block because it's only in the development version. But for now, in the production version, we allow only teachers to see this chatbot. It's not available for the students yet, so we invited teachers to test this with their courses, with their course materials, and then to provide feedback for us. So I will switch back to the slides. And so, as I said, teachers will be able to control what students can do through this AI control block, enable, disable different features. For example, if they have an exam, they can switch off those features for the exam period. And we also try to adhere to the governance principles so that teachers always review and approve AI-generated content. Students are informed when AI support is active in the course, and usage logs available to institution administrators via Log AI Manager. So we can review all the queries students were asking to artificial intelligence. And so it aligns with KTU responsible AI policy and EU AI Act principles. So what are technical infrastructure, what services we are using? On AI provider level, we are using Azure OpenAI ChatGPT 4.1, but this can be easily changed to another model if we will decide so, and if this one will be outdated and there will be new models. So locally we will run Olama on premise, which indexes, runs through the contents to extract the vectors and store these embeddings into vector database in RAC vector index. No student queries data are sent externally for retrieval. Switching models is straightforward. As I said, it's easier to change, for example, to GPT 4.2 or 5.5 when it will be available and tested. Local at the Moodle integration layer, we have local AI manager, which is open source, and it provides with more control over the AI integration than the standard Moodle. So you can define the purposes, you can add different models, enable, disable different models for different purposes, and you can also configure limits for how long it will be stored, how long it will be, and we have all the statistics with all the prompts and so on and so on. So this is really great extension for the Moodle, and it works in combination with several other plugins, as I said, or this Block AI chat, Block AI control, and of course our AI rack developed by us. So regarding the translation, I am moving. Okay, lessons learned and row ahead. So what is working well? RAG grounded answers are noticeably more accurate and course relevant than generic. Teacher control panel is intuitive, low barriers for non-technical stuff. Translation I skipped the demonstration of AI translation. So sorry, probably that was. I lost the slide from my final. So okay, the translation. The order of the slides were mixed. So besides this AI assistant, we also developed AI-powered course translation. The plugin developed by our team creates the full translated copy of the course. So we do the duplicate copy, and then we run the translation, and all the contents inside this course is translated to the target language. So we are tested this already with the Bias for You project. We had 42 Moodle courses, modules translated into 6 different languages. So it was really it would be really a huge effort to do this without help of AI. So we implemented this Moodle plugin and did this translation quite fluently and quite quickly. And upcoming, as we discussed, we are going to use this also in the Promote project and also in the eForce project for the content localization. And I will go back to the lessons learned. So Olama local embeddings keeps course data on premises, so access privacy concerns are also solved, challenges and open questions. So when teacher updates the content inside the course, we still are looking for the solution, whether we ask teacher to re-index this local database or it could be done automatically after the course is updated. Also, content selection, not all activity types are equally indexable. So, for example, video transcripts, SCORM objects. So there are still a lot to do by choosing how to correctly index all the activities and all the contents of the course. Student AI literacy, explicit guidance needed on when and how to use the assistant, and evaluation framework defining metrics for learning impact is work in progress. So what the next steps? We will pilot with 3-5 volunteer courses across different faculties and develop teachers onboarding guide and student AI use policy and evaluates and share results with community. So that's it from my side. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. Okay. So no questions. Let's move next. We have, I'm looking, do we have a speaker? So emotional intelligence and leadership decision making in AI contexts. Dileta Jatautaitė, Ingrida Gelminauskienė, Vilnius University.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Ingrida is here.
Yes, I'm here.
Please share your slides.
Okay, so let's start from sharing. Allow share screen. So can you see my presentation?
Perfect. Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so good morning, everyone. And my name is Ingrida Gelminauskienė, as you already presented. And together with my co-author, Dileta Jotautaitė, we both are from Vilnius University Business School. We are pleased to present our research on emotional intelligence and leadership decision-making in AI context. And I strongly believe, that we can't ignore that fact that AI is already part of our life, and especially on organizations, and I'm very pleased to be in the part of this digital transformation session, because, I strongly believe that this is not the fast future. I strongly believe that for organization to be successful, this is soon, it should be probably a commodity, because, artificial intelligence is rapidly transforming organizations and the work processes and the managerial decision making, but we also see that this technological transformation is not only a technical process, because, humans are involved. And there is also big impact on humans and on emotional process. So our research mainly focuses on how emotionally intelligent leadership can support employees during AI integration and organizational change. So in this presentation, we mainly focus on two main objectives. And first, we explain the role of emotional intelligence and AI integrated organizational environments. And second, we analyze how emotionally intelligent leadership influences employee engagement, morale, which is, I think it's important, and adaptation during technological transformation. So overall, our study highlights the importance of balancing technical competences with emotional and human-centered leadership approaches. So what we see that organizations increasingly adapt AI technologies, and they are making that in order to be competitive, to improve their efficiency, innovation, decision making. But however, AI integration often creates uncertainty, but we see also that often anxiety and even resistance among employees. Employees may worry about mainly about changing responsibilities, loss of control, and maybe even their future job security, which is really causing problems in the organizations. At the same time, organizations frequently focus mainly on technical implementation, while underestimating emotional and behavioral aspects of this technological transformation. So this creates an important leadership challenge, during AI adoption. Also, emotional intelligence is widely discussed, in all traditional leadership researches. We can find a lot of literature analysis, and but the role of AI integrated organizational environments remains insufficiently explored. So that's why we, choose that. We see there the gap, because existing literature provides limited empirical evidence regarding emotional intelligence, employee adaptation, and leadership decision-making during AI integration. So in particular, emotional and behavioral dynamics during technological transformation still require deeper investigation. So our study seeks to address this gap by examining emotional intelligence specifically within AI-enabled organizational context. So the aim of this study is to examine how emotional intelligence influences leadership decision-making in AI-enabled environments. More specifically, We wanted to understand whether emotionally intelligent leadership supports, smoother employee adaptation during technological transformation. To achieve this aim, we formulated several research objectives. So we examined the impact of emotional intelligence on employee resistance to AI adoption. So we also evaluated employee engagement, morale, and adaptation to AI technologies. In addition, we compare specialists and managers' perspectives regarding AI integration. And finally, we integrated quantitative and qualitative findings in order to achieve a broad understanding of emotionally intelligent leadership in AI context. So AI integration often creates uncertainty, fear, and resistance because employees experience changing responsibilities and role ambiguity. So therefore, leaders must address not only technical implementation, but also emotional and human-related dimensions of organizational transformation. So our theoretical framework suggests that emotional intelligence supports first of all, trust building, then communication, then psychological safety, and employee adaptation. As a result, emotionally intelligent leadership becomes especially important during technological change. In our study, we emphasize the concept of holistic leadership. Holistic leadership combines technical decision-making with emotional and social support during technological transformation. So emotionally intelligent leaders encourage active listening, psychological safety, employee participation, continuous learning, and constructive feedback. And, especially feedback, it's combined with trust, usually, increase safety, for employees. So this leadership approach contributes to stronger engagement that is critical, for today organization, and especially in this digital transformation era, and lower resistance and smoother adaptation of AI technologies. So the study applied a mixed method research design combining quantitative and qualitative approaches. In the quantitative phase, 100 participants completed a survey consisting of 16 Likert scale items. Emotional intelligence was measured using self-reported items adapted from established emotional intelligence literature. In the qualitative phase, we conducted 7 semi-structured interviews with organizational leaders. For data analysis, we applied correlation analysis, regression analysis, and thematic analysis. So let's start from correlation results. The correlation analysis revealed several important relationships. We identified strong positive correlations between emotional intelligence and, as I already mentioned before, that I see that employee engagement is critical in today's organization activities, as it is, a core value for any organization. So we see this correlation with employee engagement, then morale, then feeling valued, and successful adaptation to AI technologies. So the strongest relationship was found between emotional intelligence and employees feeling valued, we strongly believe that this is very valuable also for organization. So, however, emotional intelligence did not fully eliminate initial anxiety and resistance related to AI adoption. This suggests that some uncertainty during technological transformation remains natural, even in supportive organizational environments. So let's move to regression analysis. So regression analysis demonstrated that emotional intelligence explains approximately 46.8% of the variance in successful adaptation to AI technologies. The regression model was statistically significant, confirming that emotional intelligence is an important predictor to successful AI integration. So this finding highlights that leadership, behavior, and emotional competencies have measurable organizational impact during technological transformation. Okay, so qualitative findings. The qualitative findings supported the quantitative result. Interviewed leaders emphasized empathy, active listening, psychological safety training, and constructive feedback during AI integration processes. Participants also highlighted the importance of transparent communication and employee involvement during organizational change. Overall, emotional intelligent leadership supports both organizational effectiveness and human adaptation during technological transformation. So I would like to share with you this model diagram that this figure summarizes the main findings of our study. On the left side, so we can see the key elements of emotionally intelligent leadership, including, as I already mentioned before, active listening, psychological safety, participatory decision-making, and empathetic support. In the middle section, we identify mediating factors such as training, feedback, trust, and communication. This factor supports adaptive AI integration and reduce employee resistance. Finally, on the right side, we can see the main organizational outcomes, including higher engagement, improved morale, and successful adaptation to AI technologies. Overall, the model demonstrates that successful AI integration depends not only on technology itself, but also on emotionally intelligent leadership. The study contributes to leadership research in several ways. First, it provides empirical evidence regarding emotional intelligence in AI integrated organizational environments. Second, it combines quantitative and qualitative approaches to achieve broad understanding to leadership during technological transformation. And finally, the findings provide practical insights for organizations implementing AI technologies. So based on our findings, we see that organizations should invest in developing leaders' emotional intelligence through training and continuous learning programs. Leaders should prioritize empathy, communication, active listening, and constructive feedback during AI integration processes. In addition, organizations should create a psychologically safe environment that support employee adaptation and reduce resistance to technological change. And my last slide. So we're going to conclusions. To conclude, emotional intelligence is essential for effective leadership in AI integrated organizational environments. Emotional intelligent leadership contributes to high employee engagement, improved morale, and the smooth adaptation to technological transformation. And our findings suggest that successful AI integration requires balancing technical competences and emotional intelligence and human-centered leadership approaches. I hope that I managed to fit in my time. Thank you very much for your attention. And now maybe there are some questions.
Thank you, Ingrida. Do we have any questions?
Thank you,
Yeah,
everyone. And I'm pleased to listen for other presentations. Thank you.
I'm looking to the time, and we are a bit late with the agenda. So I'd like to invite another speakers, Dileta Jatautaitė, Rūta Kalitienė, also Vilnius University Business School, language language impediments in intercultural business communication in the digital era. I think you, Ingrida, you have to stop sharing, okay?
Okay, hello everyone. Do you see my slides?
Yes, but we see not a slide show, but just a PowerPoint. So probably you shared the PowerPoint.
What about now?
Oh, now it's good.
Okay,
Perfect.
okay. Yeah, so thank you very much. Thank you for my dear colleague Ingrida and also Dileta, who has been contributing to representation of our Vilnius University Business School. And today my goal is to talk about language impediments and intercultural business communication in the digital era. So just because we are running a bit out of time, so I will try to be really quick. And if you have any questions, I would gladly answer them, or you can write me in the chat and I will be able to handle them in a written form. So let me begin. Well, we can see that language barriers persist in multinational business communication despite English as a lingua franca, limiting effective collaboration due to linguistic, psychological, and cultural factors. Our language, sorry, not language, but business school has been adopting a lot of international students, and there has been a huge demand for also employing international teachers. And we have decided that it might be very interesting to have a deeper look at what might be the implications of English language usage as an effective tool among our fellow teachers, also administration, and so on. So this is how it happened and how we conducted our research. Also, what are the hypotheses? It might be very interesting correlation between what are the individual factors and what are the organizational factors, and how to combine all this, how to make it visible, how to make it fully understandable for both employees from their individual perspective and also from organizational perspective. And as you can see, our research hypothesis looks from both angles, from individual and organizational. So as you can see in my slide, we have English proficiency, which might further impediment some communication barriers, which at the same time might involve communication anxiety. And as we can see, communication anxiety would go as a mediation to communication effectiveness. And if we see it from the organizational factor viewpoint, so we can see it as language training, and it could be reduced misunderstandings, also cultural competence, and again, lowering of anxiety. And as we can see, a combination of all four factors, language, misunderstandings, cultural competence, might be seen as a unity here. Yes, and that's why we think it might be really crucial to see it from organizational viewpoint, how to reduce that communication anxiety and how to increase communication effectiveness. Let me go through my slides, and this is how our research is called Language Impediments in Intercultural Business Communication. Yes, and I would like to move on by maybe also going further, because I have explained it in my slides. So identify key communication barriers, then examine the impact of English proficiency. Also, it was very interesting to see, so what are those psychological factors which might involve communication anxiety, and then evaluation of organizational strategies. So how our Vilnius University Business School might help our teachers and also administration staff to overcome this English proficiency anxiety together with reducing psychological factors. To do this, quantitative research design was applied with cross-sectional survey, and we questioned 45 employees, and we also used CFRR self-assessment. Also, what was used was descriptive statistics, chi-square tests, Pearson correlation, and significance level. Now, what are the results? The survey results provide understanding of how English language proficiency intersects with communication challenges. And later on, I will show you the figure which illustrates that among 45 respondents, the majority reported intermediate, meaning B2 English proficiency level. There were also native speakers, which we have 25%, and basic proficiency B1 or lower was 21.7. So as we can see, the majority have B2, which is English proficiency level. Well, in our everyday communication, it has been considered really high level of proficiency, but sometimes we can see that knowledge of the language is not enough. It might be other factors which might determine some linguistic impediments, like, for example, context, for example, different accents, maybe different speed of communication, and even emotionally nuanced interactions. Okay, so now let me show you the table. And as you can see, this is what I have already mentioned, that we have 25% of native speakers, which indicates the blue line. And of course, native speakers showed no indication of difficulty. Then the biggest group was intermediate B2, and we can see misunderstandings. I would say like not linguistic barriers as they are, but more cultural, maybe even misunderstandings, which were reported as difficulties. And as we can see, basic meaning B1 and lower, so respondents indicated accent difficulty as maybe the biggest impediment, and also anxiety, which might be also like following factor after the difficulty of understanding of accents. So as we can see, different subgroups and different results, which is very interesting, I guess. Yes, and what are those cultural differences and contextual expectations, and what organizations can do about it? So we think that organizational support here is crucial, because it might be really helpful to achieve psychological safety, and also maybe suggest more inclusive leadership, more open communication channels. So all possible factors might be influential and might be helpful how to reduce, how to make our teachers and staff to feel more comfortable in their working place. Now, let me continue, and this is what we already saw here, and just to specify a little bit more, so the barriers were language-induced misunderstandings, and as we can see, 21 respondent indicated as the most important issue. The percentage rate was 65. Then difficult understanding accents, 15 respondents indicated as also problematic area, following by accent-related difficulties and also communication anxiety, well, 13 respondents, and operational inefficiencies, well, 18 respondents indicated as also being crucial for understanding. Yes, and half of respondents identified a direct link between communication challenges and operational inefficiencies, underscoring the business critical impact of unresolved language barriers. And let me show the second table, which shows effectiveness of organizational strategies. And as we can see, so how our institution is helping to overcome those aforementioned difficulties. And we have the opportunity to offer language training for our teachers and employees. And as we can see, 23 respondents indicated that it reduced misunderstandings and the percentage is really high. So as we can see from this table, it's maybe the most effective organizational strategy. Another idea was to simplify English usage, that maybe those B1 level users might feel more comfortable in everyday operations. And as we can see, 18 respondents also replied that that was very effective, and the outcome is improved clarity. So meaning better understanding, better much clarified and so on. And a good idea was to have cultural competence workshops. So 17 respondents also indicated it as very effective, and which helps to reduce communication anxiety. And the last thing which is mentioned is peer mentoring. And as we can see, the numbers are quite low. 15, but I would say I see it from my personal perspective that maybe it is related with a number of native speakers who have been working in our institutions. And since we don't have a very big number of natives who speak English as native speakers, but I would really believe that in the nearest future, if we increase the number of native, let's say, lecturers who are invited to teach our students at business school, peer mentoring might be one of really effective tools which might enhance not only linguistic skills, but also enhance cultural understanding. And now, this is the table that actually I have already explained. The only thing is I have mentioned peer mentoring, but also we haven't talked about technological tools, and we cannot underestimate how technological tools nowadays are implemented already in our everyday life and everyday activities. So it could be also considered as a very, very positive and influential tool for enhancing cultural understanding and facilitation of communication. So what might be next? We can see that effective intercultural business communication is a multidimensional challenge requiring holistic, evidence-based strategies. And what might be recommendations for organizations in general, that they must adopt comprehensive interventions combining language proficiency enhancement, cultural intelligence development, empathetic leadership, and inclusive policies to support innovation, competitive advantage, and optimize global business performance. Yes, and also our findings support previous studies suggesting that language proficiency alone is insufficient for effective intercultural communication, and the results confirm the assumption that psychological factors such as communication anxiety significantly moderate participation in multilingual teams. So maybe I will go to my final conclusions, and what might be important, that communication is multidimensional. It depends not only on language skills, but also on psychological factors and organizational context. So as I have mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, that nowadays it's not enough to know the language. Yes, everybody can be perfect in, let's say, English, and as it has been mentioned, English is lingua franca, used everywhere by everyone, but sometimes it's not enough. Sometimes, so psychological factors, I would say intercultural factors as well, might be crucial ones to operate the language correctly and to be able to understand what are those contexts around us. Yes, and also, as I have mentioned, psychological and cultural dynamics matter. Anxiety, status, cultural differences shape participation and collaboration. And what is important that training works, yes, that by employing different types of training, as they have been mentioned, well, again, language courses, which is very traditional, also technological tools, which is very modern and used every day, peer review, yes, peer discussions, as they have been mentioned, also might be very important nowadays. Yes, and inequality persists, linguistic hierarchies and native speaker privilege still limit inclusion and full employee contribution. Well, this factor is also interesting, and yeah, native speakers are not dominating at the moment. And I would say we can learn from them. Yes, we can learn not only, again, linguistic skills, but also, again, those intercultural, and as it has been mentioned, accents. Yeah, sometimes, especially for B1 speakers, they feel not very confident because they may feel, okay, somebody is speaking a different accent, something which is not traditional, something which is not classics as English, you know. So they might be a little bit not confident about it. But on the other hand, how do you learn language if not speaking to native speakers, native users? So I wouldn't call it a privilege. I would call it a very, very big asset, let's say, for any company, any organization, and especially Vilnius University. Yes, and future focus might be that in the AI-driven environment, organization must invest in people, creativity, intercultural competence, balancing all this with technology and structures. So I think I might finish with this nice slide with conclusions. And if you have any questions, first of all, thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, so I would be very happy to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruta. And let's move to the next speaker. And I'm looking whether we have it on the list. I hope, yeah, I see we have. So the next speaker will be Mihirova Ramilia Ramazanova.
Hello, I'm here.
Yes, and the presentation title, Keleshek Urpak, Program for the Social Pedagogical Support of the 5th grade student group during adaptation of the educational environment. Yes, we see your slides.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm so happy to be part of this event. My name is Ramilia Michirova. I'm a PhD student from Kazakhstan, Eurasian National University, and today I would like to present my socio-pedagogical adaptation program called Keleshek Urpak, which means future generation in Kazakh. Today, many educational discussions focus on artificial intelligence, smart technologies, and digital learning. And our presentation focuses on another important question: how do we help children emotionally adapt to this changing educational environment? And this program was developed for 5th grade students during their transition from primary school to middle school. And I would like to briefly explain why the 1st grade is especially important in Kazakhstan. In our educational system, primary school finishes after grade 4 and starting from grade 5, and students enter a completely different educational environment, and they move from one main teacher to many subject teachers. They study in different classrooms, academic expectations increases, and children begin early adolescence at the same time. So these transitions is not only academic, it is emotional, social, and psychological as well. That is why I focused our research and practical work, especially on 5 grades adaptation. Adaptation challenges in 5th grade. On this slide, I present the main adaptation difficulties faced by 5th grade students. The first challenges is emotion stress. Many children experience anxiety, insecurity, fear of failure, and emotionally instability during the first month of middle school. In practice, we often observe that students who were confident in primary school suddenly become withdrawn or afraid to participate. The second challenge is social disruption. Students enter in new social structures, some classmate change, new peer groups appear, and children must rebuild their social position inside the class collective. The third is academic pressure. In Kazakhstan, beginning from grade 5, the educational model becomes subject-based, and children now work with many teachers instead of on primary education teacher, and they must independently manage schedule, homework, and classroom transition. And finally, we identified a monitor gap. In many school adaptation problems are noticed too late. Teachers often see academic decline only after emotional difficulties have already become serious, and therefore adaptation should not be understood only as academic adjustment. It is a multi-dimensional process requiring systematic social pedagogical support. So, this slide explains why social pedagogical support is necessary. The central idea of this program is that school must support the whole child, not only academic performance. A child who feels emotionally safe learns more effectively, and emotional well-being creates the foundation for cognitive engagement and motivation. And the second important point is early intervention. If support begin during the first months of adaptation, and schools can prevent long-term disengagement, chronic anxiety, behavior problems, and social isolation. The third point concerns the responsibility of educational institution. In Kazakhstan, the class teacher and social pedagogue both participate in our work, educational and social development work. However, in practice, their activities are often fragmented. And in this program, our program attempts to integrate these two professional roles into one coordinated adaptation system. About program, on the slides present the structure of Keleshe Kurpak, future generation. The program combines 3 interconnected components. The first is emotional support. This includes creating a psychologically safe classroom climate, stress reduction activities, reflection discussions, and individual counseling. The second component is communication and belonging. We use team building exercise, peer interaction, dialogue activities, and cooperation tasks to strengthen classroom cohesion. And the third component is monitoring and diagnostics. This is very important in our model. The program is not based only on intuition. We systematically track adaptation dynamic through observation, sociometry, questionnaires, and reflections tools. And I would also like to emphasize an important methodological features. And in this model, the social pedagogue is not only external specialist who appear only during crisis. Instead, The social pedagogue continuously works together with the class teacher throughout the adaptation process. Here you can see the three of the program. Phase 1 took place during September and October and focused on diagnostics. We used to try surveys, sociometric methods, classroom observation and expectation activity mapping. For example, students anonymously wrote their expectations and fears related to grade 5, and many students expressed concern about difficult subjects, new teachers, and fear of social rejection. Phase 2, second phase, focused on active social pedagogical support. We conduct weekly session use role play, communication training, peer activities, conflict resolution task, and reflective exercise. For example, one activity called We Are Different But Together, it helps students understand diversity and social acceptance inside the classroom community. And phase 3, focus on reflection and evaluation. At this stage, we compared initial and final diagnostic indicators and analyzed adaptation dynamics. An important point is that the program remains flexible. Teacher and social pedagogue can adapt activities depending on their characteristic or of a specific class. So the next, the slides present the result of pilot implementation according to the collected data. 78% of students reported reduced anxiety levels by the end of the semester. The next person demonstrate a stronger sense of belonging inside the classroom community. Teacher-student interaction increased approximately 3 times compared to traditional monitoring approaches. And the last percent of parents evaluated the program positively. Now we would like to briefly explain the chart below. I would like to briefly, the chart compares baseline indicators and post-program indicators across 5 dimensions. The first, emotional safety, peer relations, academic confidence, teacher trust, and self-regulation. At the beginning of adaptation to the average indicators range approximately from 4 to 5 points. After the implementation of the program, the indicators increased significantly, especially emotional safety and teacher trust, which reach around 8 to 9 points. And these demonstrate that when students feel psychologically supported, academic adaptation also becomes more stable. This slide presents the psychological foundation of the program. The students remain at the center of the educational process. Around the students, we build a pedagogic care and supportive environment. And the third, the first principally is individuality. Every child adapts differently. Some students openly express emotions while others hide difficulties. And the second principle is understanding adaptation as a process, because adaptation cannot happen one week. It's require the next it's required gradual support, reflection, and stable relationship. The third principle is that a relationship drives real learning. Trust between students, teachers, and families, and school specialists becomes a key factor of successful adaptation. And finally, well-being precedents achievement. This idea is especially important today when many educational systems are becoming increasingly performance oriented. So, in conclusions, I would like to emphasize four key ideas. First, adaptation is both academic and emotional, and school must address both dimensions equally. Second, structured social pedagogical support significantly improves student well-being and classroom integration. Third, the human-centered approach allows school to see students not as performance indicators, but as developing individual with emotional and social needs. And finally, our program, Kileshio Park, Future Generation model can be adapted for other transitional education stage and different school contexts. And we believe that school transition should not become a stressful survival experience for children. It should become guided and supported journey, and every child deserves a safe start. Thank you very much for your attention. I'll be very happy to discuss possibly collaboration, research exchange, and practical implementation ideas. As educational system become more digitalized, emotional safety and human-centered educational supports become even more important. Thank you, colleagues. If you have questions, I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you, Ramilia. I'm afraid we are a bit out of time, and I would like to save those minutes dedicated to questions because we are. So let me invite next speaker, and if someone have questions, please contact directly via chat. And we also have from the same institution, Eurasian National University, Mirai Dogan.
Yes.
Please.
Hello.
And the presentation is cyber loafing
Yeah.
in higher education between online engagement and offline disengagement.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mirai Doğan from Gumilyo Eurasian National University. Today, I will present cyber loafing in higher education between online engagement and offline disengagement. This presentation explains how graduate students perceive cyber loafing in digitally mediated learning environments, why it occurs, and how it affects learning, and what teachers can do to reduce it. As digital technologies become deeply integrated in educational, understanding students' online behaviors during lessons can become increasingly important for both researchers and practitioners. Next slide. Yeah. What is cyber loafing? Cyber loafing refers to the use of digital technologies for non-task related purposes during class or work time. In higher education settings, these may include checking social media, online shopping, watching videos, reading news, or even chatting with AI systems during lectures. Although these behaviors may seem harmless and temporary, but they can reduce students' attention, concentration, academic engagement. One important point is that cyber loafing isn't always intentional misconduct. Sometimes students use these activities to escape boredom, stress, cognitive fatigue. Today, students live in highly connected digital environments. Smartphones, tablets, laptops provide continuous internet access. Technology can also transform educationally positively, improving access to information, increasing engagement, and supporting interactive learning environments. But constant connectivity also creates challenges. Students can easily shift their attention from academic tasks to personal digital activities. This creates a paradox. Technology supports learning, but at the same time, it may reduce focus and classroom participation when used excessively or inappropriately. So academic must consider both the opportunity and risk of digital learning environments. The term cyber-loafing combines two concepts. Cyber related to digital environments and loafing means avoiding work. The concept was first mentioned by Cummings in 1995 and later gained significant academic attention through LIM studies in 2002. Initially, cyber-loafing was mainly studied in workplace and organizational contexts, focused on employees non-work internet use. Today, this concept has expanded into education because students increasingly use digital device during lessons. Why do students cyberloaf? In my study, explained two major reasons why students engage cyberloafing. First is the gratification. Students may seek social interaction, entertainment, personal satisfaction through online activities. Second is recovery. Some students use short digital breaks to reduce stress, mental exhaustion during long and demanding lessons. And third is deviance or disengagement. Students may psychologically distance themselves from lessons they find uninteresting or engaging. And these findings show that cyberloafing is not cared by a single factor. Instead, it reflects emotional, cognitive, instructional dimension of the learning environment. Participants, in my study include 20 graduate students from educational science from Astana, Kazakhstan. Among participants, 15 female and 5 male students. Half of the participants were PhD, while the others half were the master students. In this research, adopted a qualitative research approach to better understand student lived experience and perceptions of cyber-loafing. I collected data with open-ended questions, allowing participants to freely express their thoughts and experience about the topic. And the findings were analyzed using thematic analysis to identify recurring themes and patterns. According to findings, participants describe cyberloafing as a modern form of digital daydreaming, and many students viewed it as the misuse of academic digital resource for non-academic purposes. Interestingly, participants also emphasized that cyberloafing now includes AI-related activities such as interacting with chatbots during lessons. This expands traditional understanding of cyberloafing beyond social media or entertainment use. Also, findings suggest that digital distraction has become normalized in higher education and is evolving alongside technological advancement. One important finding is that students perceived cyberloafing as having a dual nature. on one hand, it functioned as a coping mechanism. Students use digital activities, reduce stress, boredom, mental exhaustion. On the other hand, it's also a sign of disengagement from the lesson, and some participants even interpreted cyberbullying as disrespectful toward academic, because students may appear physically present while mentally disconnected. And this reflects fragmented attention in modern digital classrooms. Participants reported several negative academic consequences of cyberbullying. Many students mentioned divided attention and cognitive overload caused by multitasking between academic and non-academic activities. They also noted lower retention of information and missed classroom content. Another interesting point has social contagion. Students state that seeing other screens online activities distract surrounding classmates as well. This also shows that cyberbullying affects not only individual learners but also a collective classroom environment. Students described cyberbullying as highly common and interestingly normalized in higher education. And because digital devices are constantly accessible, may students see occasional cyberbullying as a routine behavior. As a conclusion, the findings suggest that reducing cyberbullying requires increasing student engagement rather than relying on restrictive policies. Active and student-centered instructional approaches appear particularly important. When students are cognitively, emotionally engaged, they are less likely to seek distraction through digital devices. Also, cyberbullying reflects both coping and disengagement process. For this reason, academics should support students' digital self-regulation skills and openly discuss responsible technology use in classroom. As AI and digital technologies continues transforming education, understanding students' online behaviors will become even more critical for effective teaching and learning. Thank you very much for your attention. I appreciate the opportunity to share this research with you today. I want to keep it summarized and short.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. And yeah, that's really very important issue. And we are often facing this every day and even don't know how to deal with this in our own lives. So
Yes.
when it concerns to the students, it's even more important. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, so our next speaker is Vaiva Zuzevičiūtė from Mykolas Riomeris University. I guess Vaiva will be presenting her colleague Katerina Polupanova. And the presentation is Trauma-Informed Education and IT Solutions, Experiences from Safe Learn Project.
Thank you, dear moderator. Thank you, dear colleagues. It is a privilege to be here and present the joint information that I was privileged to give. May I start with expressing my deep appreciation and gratitude that it turns out that I was given this chance to participate in this project. It's just a project presentation, as you may see. It is about trauma-informed education and IT solutions experiences from Safe Learn project. Why is it so important to me? And I'm sure that to any person who has heart, that it was conceived, this project, as a help, as a methodological support that our Ukraine colleagues have under the circumstances which we all know how difficult that is it for them right now for several years and who knows how much longer. So the idea of the project was to support adaptive and flexible education for war-affected students in Ukraine. You see that the aim of the project is to support the students via supporting the teachers. That is to teach, at least we think that some of the ideas could be shared among the participating institutions to teach and to bootstrap our Ukraine colleagues to deal within the difficult situation that they are in, sometimes without electricity, sometimes if they are working online, and sometimes they are displaced. And whatever education theory may provide for them to be used here and now, that was at the focus of this project. You may see its number and you may see that it's an Erasmus capacity building project. Well, basic and most important information I already shared, and you may see here that we planned the authors of the grant, the authors of the application planned development and then piloting of testing the methodology of trauma-informed teaching, then facilitate training course for Ukraine universities, and then proceed with other tasks such as development of training modules for then students to engage and so on. Here is the list of the partnership. And you may see that there are Ukraine partners. Some of them are people who have been displaced, and some of them are colleagues that do work in distance mode. That's why this conference, that's why I have this presentation in this conference. But even then, as I said, sometimes they have electricity 2-4 hours per day, and even the IT solution is the solution that is best in the worst possible situation. That is the context to be remembered. So you also see that there are several universities participating from the EU, and that would be Poland, Sweden, Germany, and of course us Lithuanian partners. And I must say that we are the coordinators of this project that we feel is something that has some potential to add, to contribute to the situation, to ameliorating the situation that our colleagues in the Ukrainian context have at the moment. As our time is running short, let me just give few sentences on the glimpse of the process. So you may see here is the illustration of the fact that we were very democratic, that we were very choice-oriented, that we were very flexible in the way we offered our expertise to our Ukrainian colleagues. So this is the example of that. We worked in our teams correspondingly in Lithuania, in Poland, in Sweden, in Germany, and collected the possible cause units for capacity building of our Ukrainian colleagues that may be of interest to them. And we had those lists ready, and we shared that with our colleagues, and then they chose whatever they felt was most relevant to their specific situations. And the one that has collected the most voices, most of the people thought, okay, so this one that I would want to listen to was chosen then to be developed and then to be delivered for our Ukrainian colleagues. So this is the example that I am giving in order to show that we are trying to be democratic in a very practical, in a very observable way, rather than just being rhetoric about that. And just the Lithuanian example, of course, as I am from Lithuania, you may see that several were offered intercultural learning in the context of vulnerabilities and conflict. And I was very happy today to hear about intercultural competence, about its importance. So thank you, the presenters. Also, another one, for example, sociocultural context and learning dimensions and security and also trauma. And the one that was selected because it got 57.1% of the votes was higher education didactics in the context of vulnerabilities and conflict. So this one then selected, and then it was worked on, and then it was delivered for our colleagues. It happened, this one was delivered, I think, early March. So it's done already. Here is the shot of it being delivered. You may see in the screen that colleagues from Ukraine are already on. So a glimpse to the contents then. I shared a little bit about process, now about the contents, the one that I worked on and the one that I delivered. So this one was delivered, and that led me to share several ideas about how we may ameliorate the situation that is so adverse for the colleagues in Ukraine and, of course, the students in Ukraine. This is the plan of the class, one of the first class, I think. So the information was given that this would be the source that we will be using. And of course, there would be several subtopics. These were presented to my audience. So vulnerable learner dimensions and characteristics, we spent quite some time on that. What are the prerequisites for learning in the context of vulnerabilities and conflicts? We spent quite some time on that. And higher education didactics, learning strategies, specifically what we may use here and now, and also what may be useful in a longer run to deal with trauma in higher education without specific impact, without specific input from the psychologist. And here was that several slides that I shared with my colleagues, with my audience. So, for example, this was the slide just to remind that even if the brain mass of a human being accounts for 2% of our total body mass, brain eats up about 20, sometimes even more than 20% of the consumed energy. That is the illustrative example of the fact that our brain is the boss. Our brain is bossy regarding the other parts of our body that we consume so much in comparison to whatever else is used, what our brain uses. So that is important to know, that if we use too much energy for emotional responses, then not that much energy is left to be used for our rational decisions, because the body consumption is so uneven regarding what brain needs and what our other parts of the body requires. So I will not spend too much time here. I just wanted to share what was that we thought was interesting and necessary to discuss in this context. Also, we talked about what are sources of potential vulnerability, and these were, of course, discussed to greater extent. Well, that was interesting, and I think it may be interesting for this audience, is the fact that the Nobel Prize for Economics, it's not a mistake, it's a fact. You may check. Here is the link. So the Nobel Prize for Economics in 2019 went for the economists that provided solid data, factual, numerical data that the way out of poverty is education. Education, and thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you so much. I was listening to you so very attentively because we are on the same page. So we educational professionals, we know that is our bread, that is our loaf of bread to know. In this case, loaf is bread, not loafing, procrastinating. That education is important. We know that from the time of Enlightenment 250 years ago, after the ideas of Voltaire and Pestalozzi and so on. But other people don't really sometimes believe that. They, you educate, you teach us, of course you will be telling that. So this is very important. I found that interesting to share with my audience that in economics, the Nobel Prize was given to researchers who illustrated with data, with numerical equations and so on, that this is a fact. It is not what educational professionals just think, because that's their profession, but it's a fact in based in economical realities. Education is the bootstrapping way out of poverty. And we shared with the audience, with Ukrainian colleagues, that there are several factors to not eliminate, of course, but to alleviate a little bit the stress, the trauma that students have experienced and are still experiencing in Ukraine. And there are two major ways to do that. So the first one is a well-thought, planned, goal-oriented functioning of any human being is the way to that, and that would be long-term therapy. We know that. It takes years to somehow get yourself out of the trauma-induced inability to function well in society. But we don't have that time. So this is the second way that is to work, that is to concentrate on, and that would be to work here on the situation here and now. And of course, the third one that is universal, just engage in sports and arts and in enjoying nature, and that will help you to somehow deal with the trauma. So that second one is to work on situation here and now, and it's not what psychology professionals do for years, it's what we university teachers may do. It's use such techniques as working groups, share your resources, inform yourself about the things that other people do, help other people with their projects, also use mnemonics, also use positive reinforcement such as, oh, well done, so maybe I should also try to do that. Project activities, short term for two classes, or long term for the whole semester. Things like that we may introduce here and now, and which enforce cooperation, which enforce communication, which helps people to forget, oh my goodness, I am not that well equipped, oh my goodness, everything is ruined about me, but to talk to other people, to help them to learn. And that is, of course, a very small step forward, but it's still the step forward to at least controlling the trauma. And on the other hand, it reduces the energy that we spend on emotional, in this case, negative emotional responses, and shifts the attention to doing things, to rational decision making, to rational products to be products, to rational presentations to be produced and showed to other people, and then step by step, day after day, month after month, you may feel just a little bit better, if in comparison if you were not doing that. So these are, as I said, the things that it's not about psychological therapy, it's about what teacher may do. Physiological orientated actions, count to 5. Okay, so now let us share something good about ourselves and tell a compliment to another person. Simple things, I know, but they help. You know, it takes time, but bit by bit, drop by drop, the situation changes, hopefully for the better. Oh, at least that's what research and actually my personal educational professional experiences show me. And thank you. If you are interested in future communications, maybe you're interested in project activities, or along similar trail, here is the contact, and I also shared my contacts in the chat if anybody is interested in that. Thank you so much, my dear colleagues.
Thank you, Vaiva, for interesting presentation, for useful tips, and for some even for some fun facts. That was interesting to hear. Okay, so I still encourage to communicate via chat, exchange contacts, and follow-up questions, because we are trying to catch up with our time. And our next speaker is next to me, Giedrė Kacienė from Vytautas Magnus University. And the title of her presentation is Municipal Training for More Effective Management of Climate Change Related Crisis. So, Giedrė, please go ahead. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Gita, for introducing me. As Gita told, I am a researcher in Baltic Education Technology Institute and Vytautas Magnus University.
You want to share the slides?
First of all, what I'm going to talk about climate change related crisis context, a little bit about the reasons of it. About the role of municipalities, why it is important that management of climate change related crisis would be centered in different municipalities. And I will introduce the project that is implemented by Baltic Education Technology Institute, so-called CODEAL project, and its results. Okay. All we know that climate is changing. We can discuss about the reasons of it, but it is not the subject of today's my speech today. Actually, with changing climate is not only shift in average temperature, not only shift in precipitation pattern. Actually, it's the increase in intensity and frequency of important meteorological events, such as droughts, such as floods, cyclonic storms or windstorms. Closely related to droughts is wildfires and heat waves in different regions of the world. Here you can see a piece of example, a piece of evidence, what it is going on in Europe with droughts in the year perspective, annual droughts, and summer perspective. And you can see here that if we take an average drought intensity in Europe, it is not going to change very drastically or become dangerous. In the big territory of Europe, the precipitation are going to increase, actually. Based on the RCP scenario, the most pessimistic scenario, yeah? But if we are talking about summer season when droughts are actually occurring and cause the biggest damage and risk for human health, pay attention to the right side figure, and you can see that the whole big region of Mediterranean Europe, including France as well, and some countries of Central Europe, might be seriously affected by increasing intensification of summer droughts. So climate change related crises are going to become more and more intensive and dangerous in the future. That's why it is important to talk about it. And this crisis cause already or are going to cause important challenges for municipalities. The hazards is going to intensify. It is important to tell that the risks highly differ in rather small scale, not in the region scale, but in the scale within separate countries. This crisis might differ between different cities in one specific country. Therefore, why it is important to talk about the preparation within municipalities? Because the preparedness must be specific and local. Actually, the municipalities play the central role in management of crisis and preparation of it. The training of municipalities is very important because it starts from anticipation and ends up, if it ends, in recovery and learning from other experience. Actually, the training is like a loop in this perspective. The risk starting with risk assessment, with determination of the most vulnerable group, the identification of local scenarios. Then we go to preparation for upcoming crisis. We go for signaling of it, for early warning, for accessible communication tools, and of course the responses at the municipalities level, coordination of actions, the identification of necessary services that might be needed, and of course in exceptional case the process of evacuation. When we are talking about the training, we usually think about the transfer of knowledge, but actually the knowledge is not enough. The understanding of climate change related crisis, the local situations, of course, is of primary importance. However, the employees, the staff of government, of municipalities need specific skills in communication, in coordination, prioritization, teamwork, and decision making, as well as the practice in safe. The practice is especially important when we need the safe trials through separate specific scenarios and simulations of specific crises. Yeah, this simulation help us to imagine, to try our actions. Will it be effective or not? And now I would like to introduce the CODIL project that was implemented 2 years ago. It is Erasmus Plus project. The duration of it is 24 months. So it is going to end up to finalize after half of the year. The core audience for this project is municipal employees and closely related stakeholders from private and public sectors. The overall objective of this project is to strengthen the municipality preparedness, the community participation, and inclusive crisis response through training, and as well as not only training, but also the interactive methods such as virtual simulation. The multidisciplinary international consortium is implementing this project. The coordinator of this project is Germany University of Applied Sciences. Different institutions, both governmental institutions and non-governmental organizations in different fields, education, research, digital learning from different countries are implementing different activities and cooperating to increase the effectiveness of training in the municipality scale. The co-deal, the project plan is rather structured. We have started with scientific research, with identification of gaps in training at the municipalities level, training of municipality staff, or broad audience, community in general, in different countries of the world. Later on, the national participation events were held. The different focus groups were interviewed. These focus groups covered municipality staff, the stakeholders, the researchers in different levels, in universities, institutes. Currently, the current step of the project is creating the curriculum, the learning material, the training design, as well as virtual simulations. The tool, the interactive tool, helping to realize what is going on during different climate change related crises. And later on, and of course continuously, the dissemination of project results, the progress of project, of course, is going on as in different similar projects. I'm going to review the current results, what we really know about the training at municipalities level. I'm going to transfer you the results of our systematic review, the scientific research in this field. We raise such questions: what type of preparedness and resilience interventions? I mean, various types of training, various types of interaction with community and governmental institutions exists. In general, what has been done in this field? And of course, our next natural question was how effective this intervention was, and what is the most effective way to train the municipality employees or other audience, communities or stakeholders. And the special attention was paid to empowering education, the interactiveness, to the inclusiveness of education. Our systematic review, first of all, covered more than 3,300 records in scientific literature. After careful revision of it and application of specific criteria that you can see in this scheme of our systematic review, close to 60 studies were selected. These 60, to be precise, 57 studies were selected, and these studies were carefully analyzed, further proceeded, and for better understanding and for finding answers to our research question. So I will try to convey, to talk about the most important results of the systematic review. Actually, to be short, the effective preparedness requires specific practical tools, specific cooperation, a strong cooperation between institutions and communities. Actually, the resilience is not produced by such simple interventions, and that's all. One training is not enough. What is very important? What is very important is to care about the local conditions. I mean that any training, any intervention must be about the important crises that are important for local communities. If it might be drought, it might be heat waves, it might be wildfires caused by it, but it might be floods. If we will talk about droughts during flood period, we might be crazy, yeah? And such training won't be effective, of course. The second important point that make our training effective is participation of community and different stakeholders. The more diverse stakeholders we include into our intervention, the better result we get. And specific type of education. The convey of knowledge is not enough. The education must be so-called empowering education. What does it mean? I will try to tell you here. So the first step of education is just transfer of knowledge. Yeah, what we know to do, yeah, what we imagine as the main part of education, the knowledge, yeah, but it is totally only the small part of education. The knowledge is not enough, especially when we talk about management of crisis at the municipality level. What municipality staff needs actually, it is agency, the confidence to make decisions, the confidence to act when it is necessary, the confidence to make fast and correct decisions, yeah? So the training must be about it. Then what is very important for training of municipality staff in this field in management of climate change related crisis. It is to improve the skills of coordination, especially the coordination between different groups of stakeholders, between different departments, different institutions, because good coordination between them is essential for management of crisis and resilience to crisis. And of course, what is very important in specific interventions, in specific training sessions, it is participation. We must engage not only staff of municipalities, not only stakeholders, participation of communities, specific territories, very important. Inclusiveness is also the key aspect here. We must include vulnerable groups that actually currently is difficult to achieve them. So this including of vulnerable group must be very important. We must pay attention to it. And of course, the learning must be reflective. The feedback and constant improvement is very, very, very important. And I can tell that many interventions still contains a big gap of a lot of things what I have just mentioned. Many interventions throughout the world. These results are from different studies, from different interventions held during the last 10 years in different parts of the world. Not only in Europe. Many interventions are still short-term, are still rather limited, rather reactive. They are talking about important crises. Yes, that's correct. But they end up with the specific session. They are not continuous, and the training must be continuous. It must be embedded in governance, not only treated as one session activity. Yeah. Still, it is a rather limited structural support. Actually, I can tell that in some cases, in some countries, the municipalities still lack necessary resources, still lack skills in coordination. This lack consists both of technical gap as well as gap in personalities, gap in staff, necessary staff for coordination of this climate change related crisis. Sometimes the responsibilities are still unclear, and this trigger the continuity of these interventions, and this reduces the effectiveness of it. And insufficient co-design, I mean that still there are many interventions depend on only one department of only one or two institutions. Limited number of stakeholders participate. However, the climate change related crises are interdisciplinary, are interinstitutional crises, and inclusiveness, including as much as possible important stakeholders as well as community, is very, very important. To sum up, to conclude, what we could do better, in order to increase the preparedness and resilience for crisis at the municipality level. When we are talking about training, we should use, of course, realistic local hazards. That's clear, and usually it is done. Actually, our training should be community-oriented. As I told, we should include community, especially vulnerable groups of the community. We should train across different units. We should include as much stakeholders as possible. More is better here. We must pay attention to vulnerable groups, and of course, what we still lack, it is reflection and feedback. We should use interactive tools that are actually currently easily available, such as simulations, such as virtual reality, to train our staff in municipalities for achieving better resilience, better resistance to different crisis. To conclude, I can tell that municipality training is not only a single event or peripheral activity, it is an important part of climate adaptation and resilience to crisis. So thank you for your attention. And as I know, questions are coming through our chat folder, so I'm open for it.
Okay, we don't have questions yet. Thank you, Giedrė, for a very interesting presentation. Colleagues, please post your questions in the chat. And I'd like to invite our next speaker. Danguolė has asked to move her presentation to the end of the session. So I'd like to invite Melike Setin, empowering rural communities through digital entrepreneurship, comparative insights from the DigiBoost project across 5 European countries.
Yeah, thank you. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we
Okay,
can see your
you.
slides.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Melike Çetin. I'm assistant professor in the Antalya Bilim University. Today, I will present our DigiBoost project's research finding. As full title of the project is Empowering Rural Communities with Digital Entrepreneurship to Boost Local Economies. DigiBoost is an Erasmus Plus Key Action 2 project. This means, it is a cooperation partnership in adult education. The project started in December 2023 and it will continue for 36 months until November 2026. The project consortium comes from 5 countries. There are 2 institutions from Turkey, Antalya Bilim University and Atabey Adult Education Center, Ozara from Slovenia, Baltic Education Technology Institute from Lithuania, Betty, and PMI Service from Italy, and Cosenfe Civil from Spain. The main aim of the project is to support people living in rural areas. In many rural areas, people have fewer opportunities for education.
Excuse me, are you switching through slides or you are still in the front?
I will slide. Yeah, I will slide. Just okay. Okay. Now it's okay, right? The main aim the project is to support people living in rural areas. In many rural areas, people have fewer opportunities for education, training, employment, and digital business. For this reason, DigiBoost focuses on digital entrepreneurship. The project wants to have disadvantaged people in rural areas learn digital skills and entrepreneurship skills. Throughout this project, participants can learn how to use digital tools, how to develop business ideas, and how to start or improve small businesses. The project also gives importance to mentorship, community support, and social inclusion. So DigiBoost is not only about technology, it is only about local development, employment, social consent, and stronger rural communities. Okay. In this slide shows the structure of my presentation. First, I will briefly introduce the DigiBoost project. I will explain its aim, its scope, and why it's important. Second, I will talk about our research methodology. And third, I will present the demographic profile of the participants. After that, I will explain our key finding. Then I will compare the 5 countries. Next, I will present the SWOT analysis. Finally, I will talk about educational needs, curriculum recommendation, policy suggestion, and future directions. Okay, yeah. The DigiPost project is, as I said, an European Union funded initiative. The main aim of the project is to reduce the digital divide between urban and rural areas. Today, digital tools are very important in daily life, as you know, and in business life. People use the internet for communication, shopping, selling products, marketing, banking, and education, whatever. However, rural communities may not always benefit from these digital opportunities. Some rural areas have weak internet connection. Some people don't have enough digital skills. Some people also don't know how to start an online business. This is why the DigiPost project is important. The project wants to support rural people with 3 main things: digital literacy, access to technology, and entrepreneurship skills. As I said, the project includes Turkey, Slovenia, Italy, Lithuania, and Spain. Each country has different rural challenges. For example, in Turkey, rural infrastructure and gender roles are important issues. In Slovenia, social inclusion and disability access are very important. In Italy, regional differences are important. In Lithuania, also rural-urban digital differences are visible. In Spain, large rural areas and digital trust problems are important. So the goal of DigiPost is not only to describe these problems, the project also wants to offer practical solutions, especially training, community supports, and policy recommendations. Okay, in this project, we used a mixed method research design. I mean that we used both qualitative and quantitative methods. The first phase was focus groups. Focus groups were designed small discussion groups with at least 6, at most 12 people in the partner countries. In these groups, people talk about their experiences, problems, or needs. In each country, focus groups were organized with rural participants. The participants came from different backgrounds. There were women, young people, older people, people with different education levels, and people with different digital experience, also people with disability. The focus groups helped us understand people's real experiences. They showed us not only numbers, but also feeling, fears, expectations, and daily problems. The second phase was the survey. The survey included structured questions. Around 50 people from each country answered the survey. In total, around 299 participants joined the research. The survey asked questions about digital access, digital skills, internet use, entrepreneurship interest, learning needs, financial barriers, and personal goals. We used both online forms and face-to-face surveys. This was very important. If we used only online service, some rural people with weak internet access could be excluded. So face-to-face surveys helped us reach more people. In this way, the research gave us both detailed opinion and measurable data. Okay, this slide shows demographic profile of the participants. In total, approximately 300 people participate in the survey. Turkey had the largest sample with 96 participants. The average age was different across countries. Italy and Lithuania had younger participants. Their average age was around 25 or 26. Slovenia and Spain had older participants. Their average age was around 45, 41st or 43. Turkey was in the middle with an average age of about 39. This age difference is important. Younger participants usually feel more comfortable with digital tools. Older participants may need more basic digital support. The gender distribution was quite balanced. In all countries, the number of women and men was close to each other. And this is a positive point because digital entrepreneurship should be inclusive. Women's participation is especially important in rural economic development. Education levels were also different. In Turkey and Slovenia, vocational education was common. In Italy, Lithuania, and Spain, secondary education was more common. These tell us that training programs should be practical. They should not be too theoretical. They should focus on real life skills such as using online platforms, digital marketing, and e-commerce. So yeah, the demographic profiles help us understand what kind of education and support rural people may need. This slide presents important finding about digital skills and digital access. The first positive finding is device ownership. Most participants have access to a smartphone or a computer. In many countries, this rate is very high. This means that many rural people already have the basic tools for digital participation. However, having a device is not enough. People also need skills to use these tools effectively. The data shows that many participants can use basic digital tools. For example, they can use email and social media. This is important because email and social media are basic tools for communication and online visibility. But when we look at e-commerce skills, the picture becomes more mixed. And some countries are stronger while others are weaker. E-commerce is very important for digital entrepreneurship. If a rural producer want to sell local product online, they need e-commerce skills. Another important finding is about programming skills. Programming knowledge is very low in all countries. Many participants say they have no knowledge of basic programming. This may limit more advanced digital business activities. The slide also shows training participation. Turkey has the highest participation in digital training. Slovenia is also high. Lithuania has the lowest participation. This shows that some countries need more basic digital training opportunities. Yes. Okay, this slide shows the main barriers to digital entrepreneurship. The first major barrier is the lack of the skills. In most countries, participants say that they don't have enough digital knowledge. This is a very important result. Digital entrepreneurship requires many skills. For example, people need to use social media, create online content, manage online sales, understand online payment system, and communicate with customers. If people don't have these skills, they may feel afraid or unsure. The second important barrier is the financial constraint. Some people want to start a digital business, but they don't have enough money. They may need money for equipment, internet, advertising, website design, product development, or delivery services. The third barrier is a poor internet connection. This is especially important in rural areas. Even if people have motivation, weak internet can stop them from joining the digital economy. There are also cultural and social barriers. In Turkey, traditional gender roles can make women's participation more difficult. Women may have family responsibilities or social pressure. In Slovenia, people with disabilities may face access problems also. So digital entrepreneurship programs must be accessible. In Italy, regional differences are important. The North and South may have different digital conditions. In Spain, trust is an important issue. Some people worry about online fraud or data security. In Lithuania, rural isolation and low confidence are important barrier. So the barriers are not only technical, they are also social, cultural, economic, and psychological. Okay, the slide focuses on interest and readiness for digital entrepreneurship. The first important point is interest in starting a digital business. Turkey has the highest interest with 65%. This means that many participants in Turkey are open to digital entrepreneurship. Spain and Italy also show a level of interest. Slovenia has a moderate level of interest. Lithuania has the lowest interest. Only 14% of participants express interest in starting a digital business. This is a very important result. It shows that in Lithuania, awareness and motivation may need to be increased. The slide also shows confidence levels. Confidence means how ready people feel to use digital tools or start digital business activities. Some countries have relatively good confidence levels. However, confidence and interest are not always the same thing. For example, a person may feel confident using a smartphone or social media, but this person may still not want to start an online businesses. So digital entrepreneurship needs more than basic confidence. It's also need motivation, training, information, financial support, and mentoring. So the preferred types of digital business are also different. In some countries, e-commerce is the most popular option. This is understandable because rural people can sell local products online. In Spain, digital marketing is more visible. In Italy, app development has more interest, probably because participants are younger. The key message is that the rural people are interested, but they need the right support to turn interest into action. Okay, this slide compares the 5 countries across different dimensions. This comparison helps us understand that each country has a different profile. Turkey appears as one of the most ready countries for digital entrepreneurship. It has high digital literacy, high interest, strong financial access, and high previous business experience. However, Turkey also has some challenges. Rural internet infrastructure is still weak in some areas. Also, gender roles can limit women's participation. Slovenia has different profile. Digital literacy and infrastructure are moderate, but financial access is very weak. Previous business experience is also very low. Slovenia's important issue is social inclusion, especially for people with disabilities. Italy has a moderate profile. However, regional differences are important. The digital opportunities in the north and south may not be equal. Lithuania is the most concerning case in the study. Interest in digital business is very low. Community interest is also very low. This means that Lithuania may need awareness raising activities before advanced entrepreneurship training. Spain finally, is in the middle in many areas, but digital trust is an important issue. As I said, people may be worried about fraud, online payment, or data security. So the main conclusion of this slide is very clear. There is no single solution for all countries. Each country needs a different strategy. Training, infrastructure, finance, and social support should be adapted to the local context. Okay, this slide presents the SWOT analysis. Let us start with strength. One important strength is interest in digital entrepreneurship. In many countries, people are curious about online business opportunities. Another stage is smartphone ownership. Most participants already have access to basic digital device. Rural communities also have strong social relations. This can support peer learning, cooperation, and local entrepreneurship. Weaknesses. Okay, digital skills are not equal among all participants. Some people can use social media, but they may not know e-commerce, digital marketing, or online payment system. Advanced skills are also weak. Programming, data analysis, and cybersecurity are limited. Another weakness is social exclusion. Women, older adults, and people with disabilities may need more support. Opportunities. Okay. The opportunity side, digital platforms can open new markets for rural entrepreneurs. For example, local food, handmade products, tourism services, and traditional crafts can be sold online. Digital tools can also help rural entrepreneurs reach customers outside their local area. Training programs are another important opportunity. If training is practical and flexible, people can improve their skills step by step. Okay, finally, there are threats. Poor internet, financial problems, cultural resistance, and economic instability can limit progress. So digital entrepreneurship has strong potential, but it needs long-term support. Okay. Also, this slide explains the educational needs and proposed curriculum framework. The data shows that many participants want training. The most requested topics are digital marketing, business planning, and financial management. Turkey has very high demand for this topic. For example, many Turkish participants want digital marketing training. This is important because digital marketing is one of the most useful skills for small rural businesses. The slide also shows learning from preferences. The results suggest that hybrid learning is the best option. Hybrid learning means, as you know, a combination of online and face-to-face education. This is important because fully online learning may not work well for everyone sometimes. Some rural participants may have weak internet. Some may also need direct support from trainers. So yes, for this reason, face-to-face support is still very important. The proposed curriculum has 5 parts. The first part is foundation. It includes basic digital literacy, internet safety, and device use. The second part is marketing. It includes social media content creation and online visibility. The third part is e-commerce. It includes online selling platforms, payment systems, and logistics. The fourth part is business. It includes planning, finance, legal basis, and customer relation. The fifth, last part is advanced skill. It includes data analysis, web development, and cybersecurity. With this curriculum is modular. Yes. Okay, based on our findings, we developed four main policy recommendations. The first recommendation is digital infrastructure investment. Rural areas need better internet connection. Internet should also be affordable. Without good internet, digital entrepreneurship cannot grow. Infrastructure is not only about internet, e-commerce also needs delivery systems, postal service, roads, and logistics. If rural entrepreneurs cannot deliver their products, they cannot sell online successfully, of course. The second recommendation is comprehensive digital literacy programs. Training should be free or low cost. It should include both basic and advanced digital skills. For example, people should learn how to use digital tools, how to sell online, how to protect data, and how to use social media for businesses. The third recommendation is community networks and digital hubs. Rural entrepreneurs need places where they can work, learn, and meet others. Digital hubs can provide internet, computers, training, mentoring, and networking opportunities. The fourth recommendation is addressing social and cultural barriers. Some groups need special support. Women, people with disabilities, older people, and disadvantaged groups may face extra barriers. Programs should be inclusive and culturally sensitive. It is also important to design programs together with local communities. Okay. Okay, let me conclude with four main messages. The first message is that digital entrepreneurship can transform rural economies. It can help rural people create new income opportunities. It can also help local product reach a wider market. And the second message is that one size fits all solution will not work. Each country has different needs. Turkey needs support in infrastructure and gender inclusion. Slovenia needs stronger financial access and disability inclusion. Lithuania needs awareness and motivation. Spain needs trust building in digital platforms. Also, Italy needs solution for regional differences. The third message is that the skills gap is the most common barrier. Many rural people need practical digital training. This training should be simple, useful, and connected to real business needs. The fourth message is that community support is essential. Digital entrepreneurship cannot grow only with individual effort. People need mentors, local leaders, peer groups, and cooperative networks. Okay, yes, this slide shows the main reference in, Thank you very much for your attention. If you have some question, I am happy to share my mail, and also I can share all documents related to the project, especially comprehensive research report if you are interested. I can share some mail and website addresses in the chat room. Thank you again listening to me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, again, we don't have time for questions. So I would like to invite next speaker, Marius Jankauskas, together with Vitalia Yechtiene from Kaunas University of Technology, options for selecting automated translation tools.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll start sharing in a second. Yes, hopefully you can see the screen. So my name is Marius, last name Jankauskas. I will be presenting my research about options for selecting automated translation tools that I conducted. So first, I'd like to discuss the research relevance. So the reason or why this research is relevant is because there is a growing need for translations due to globalization, internalization, and digitalization. We have seen this more and more ever since the World Wide Web, where more and more people are getting online and from different cultures. So this is very important. And of course, the importance of translation quality for content comprehension across different linguistic communities. Again, it's very important to make sure that the translations are not incorrect and are as correct as possible to ensure that the message is not lost. And the wide diversity of available automated translation tools. So nowadays, we have ChatGPT, we have these new tools that are very popular in research and with users alike. So this is very important. So to quickly discuss the advantages and disadvantages of automated translation tools, the main advantages from the research have shown that the translation tools are very fast. They're capable of delivering translations in a few seconds. You just input the text into the translation tool and it outputs the text right away. They're also very accessible by many people. You can simply go to the websites, most of them are free, and you can just put in any text or document and we'll translate it for you. And of course, productivity, because you can simply get the results so quickly, you can just adjust it to your liking. However, there are some small disadvantages, or the size rather depends on the tools that you're using. So, for example, inaccuracies in meaning and terminology, ignorance of cultural nuances and data security and privacy risks. So these can depend on the tool used. For example, data security in one tool might be higher. In another tool, it might be less because your data might be watched or checked before translation. Ignorance of cultural nuances could be higher in certain tools because of it being aimed more at formal texts, like let's say EU text, so cultural nuances would be lost because the data is not trained on it. So we can go to the problem, and the problem would be, well, how do we choose the most appropriate tool for the specific use case? Because maybe I have a informal text and I'm using this tool and it's not translating as well. I have to put more effort into it to make sure it's all good. So what would be the criteria for selecting this automated translation tool so I wouldn't have to manually go and check every translation tool, reads all these manuals? How can I make this process as simple as possible? So before doing an in-depth literature analysis, there was also a survey that was conducted about use of automated translation tools in practice. So the objective was to determine which tools translators choose and what's their reasoning. Why did they choose them? And it was conducted from December 5th to 13th in 2025. So first, I asked a bunch of translators from Facebook groups, private Facebook groups. They were kind enough to give their insights into their habits. So 22 translators, majority with 8 to 25 years experience in the field, have participated in the survey. There are some that have a bit less, but primarily it's more experienced people in the field, which gives a lot of insight. So from the research or the survey, it was shown that DeepL was the most commonly used tool. 16 out of 22 have stated that it's their most commonly used tool in their work, followed by Google Translate, eTranslation, and Copilot. Another translator put a custom answer saying that they use several of the above mentioned automated translation tools, but we can see that DeepL is the most commonly used. It is a traditional translation tool, such as well as Google Translate and eTranslation. Only one uses one of the newer technologies that we have, which is chat robots or tools where we put in prompts. Then we have 10 out of 22 translators using the same tool for every task. So the question was, how do they decide when to use a certain automated translation tool? 11 said that they choose by text type. So what I discussed at the beginning when presenting, where we pick for what kind of type are we going for? Are we going for an academic style? And we need an academic style back, or are we going for creative, technical? And then 10 people said that they always use the same tool regardless of situation, which comes the problem because not all tools are made equally, and they're not made for the same purpose. Then 8 said that by translation goal, then 7 said by the tools of ease of use. So stuff like interface, speed, features, etc. So features could be like a document translation function, speed being just inputting text and getting an output very quickly. Then by the tool, then the 4 people said that it's tools privacy policy. So basically data security, they check if it's secure, presumably it's secure or not. Then 4 say by language pair, so what languages it supports. And then the last 3 were an input, custom input by the translator, where they state that 2 or 3, they use 2 or 3 and they use them all for the same translations as they check which one is best. Another said that it's for multilingual European Union documents, so if they only use it for that purpose, and that their tool has options based on text type, so presumably they use the same tool. Then there was a question about how they pay attention to the translation tools data security, how they use it. So only 5 always check data privacy policy or data storage rules. Only 5 check if the text is confidential. Another individual uses their own organization's tool, which has data security in mind, and 2 use only when data protection is not important. But then we have 9 individuals, so 4 that do not pay attention to this at all. They do not check, they just use the tool. And then 5 people are not sure how these tools handle data, and they have never thought about it, which this does raise a potential risk if you're translating like your data, such as your personal identification document or your passport or something on those lines, because you're not sure how these tools could potentially use your data. You don't know where it goes and how it works. So this does raise a potential issue. And 19 out of 22, they wanted to learn more about these tools. I asked them what knowledge they would like to acquire. So 12 says which automated translation tools are best to use in specific cases. 8 said what are the capabilities of these tools. Another 8 said how to use these tools. 7 said which ones are the safest. And only 3 said that it's not relevant to them because they presumably have already all the knowledge that they would wish to have. So the main part of the research was conducting an in-depth literature analysis and personal practical research. So literature analysis were primarily checking how good in terms of quality these tools measure up. So is ChatGPT better than Google Translate? Is DeepL better than Google Translate? And so forth. And my practical research was more focused on checking for data security. So reviewing the tools' privacy policies, which proved to be quite a challenge because a lot of them did not give the privacy policy only to the tool, but as their service as a whole. So it took a lot of time to check that. But condensing the literature analysis and my practical research, so I came to the conclusions that ChatGPT, Copilot, and Gemini, they are the strongest in terms of quality and control because they can you can just put in a prompt and it will deliver exactly what you put into it. So you can state that you want an informal text translation and you give a few keywords that the tool can use and it will remember it and it will do its best to fit to whatever you've stated into the prompt. And another benefit of these tools is that they're multifunctional, so you can use them like as a dictionary. You can ask them to search up any terms that you might like, and you can also translate a lot more like coding texts. So there's a code and text. You can tell it to translate only the text, which can save time. You don't risk that other traditional tools provide an incorrect translation or they break something. But the weaknesses would be that, of course, since it is a prompting tool, you have to put more effort. You have to type and you have to change the role from just inputting the text to uh, making sure that you type the correct prompt to ensure the best quality. And also, they have the big flaw of not being very secure because even in some, such as Copilot, where you can turn off any data training for the AI model, if there is anything that the AI tool deems potentially dangerous, like if it's like you're translating a police report and there's some kind of dangerous text or something that it detects as unsecure, it will be checked by a human or potentially rude by a lot of people. So it's not very secure for that reason. Then Google Translate was the biggest in terms of language support. It also is the only tool that can support offline translation, and it is completely free, unlike the ChatGPT, Copilot, Gemini, where it is free, but there are limitations to models. So Google Translate is completely free, but the drawbacks would be that the translation quality falls behind DeepL, and it's not very secure, and it also falls behind ChatGPT, Copilot, and Gemini. It is not very secure because it is free. So the idea is usually that whatever you input can be used to train. So it's kind of that you pay the price with your data, but it is not necessarily completely unsecure. It's just that it might be used to train, and you might not want that if your data is very important, like passports or personal identification or police reports or law documents. Then we have DeepL, which it's the most popular as checked by translators in the survey. It is the most reliable traditional automated translation tool in all the literature analysis conducted. It consistently outperformed Google Translate, Microsoft Translator. It is a very, very, very good tool to translate texts. However, its drawbacks are that it's very expensive. Well, it's not necessarily expensive if you're a corporation, but for a person, it might be a bit expensive. And a lot of the features are paid, and that includes security. So if you're using the free version, you might get good quality, but your security is not as good because your text will be used to train the AI. Whereas if you pay, it will not do that, and you will not have as many monthly word limitations or uh, also not be locked behind not being able to use informal or formal texts options where you can only just choose from one option, which is just general, meaning that it will translate as is. You will not be able to use that feature of informal, formal, and many other features. Then we have Microsoft Translator, which from my research and literature analysis, I found that it has tone control options. So what I mentioned in DeepL, where it costs money, Microsoft Translator offers this completely for free. You can select from different tones that you might want, which might help in not editing as much. If it's like an informal text, you won't have to edit as much. But the translation quality falls behind Google Translate. So it is not as good as the other traditional tools like DeepL or Google Translate. And it is not very secure, again, because it is free and the terms of services laid out by this by Microsoft tell that he might use it for training, and this does not mean that it's very secure. And lastly, we have e-translation. So this tool is very interesting because it is made by EU themselves. They trained they're in this tool primarily on EU documents. So it means that it will be great in terms of EU terminology. It will be performing a lot better in that field. It is very secure. It is made with that in mind. It is very commonly used with translators that work in EU settings, and it offers the main options. So it's very similar to tone control. It basically means you can select, let's say, I'm translating a finance domain, so I'm translating finance documents. It will change the data that it uses to focus more on finance, so the performance might be a bit better than using other domains. And it is also completely free. The key weaknesses would be that it's the weakest in terms of translation quality from my research outside of EU text, and that it has very limited language pairs. From my research, I believe it is about 30 languages, so all EU languages plus additional languages like Chinese and Arabic. So using this information, I developed a potential solution that we could just create this scenario-based little quiz where we could help translators to not spend so much time on their own, but instead helping them just click a few options in a few minutes and get a few potential tools that they can use. So if they need offline translation, they can go to Google Translate. But if they don't need that or that's not completely necessary, they can then decide whether security is very important, and they choose between whether they want to get a free option that's completely free without any payment. So e-translation, for example, would be a good choice for that. But maybe if they're willing to pay, they could choose DeepL Pro because that might give them better results, or it might have the languages that they find there that are not available e-translation. But if the security is not that important, maybe it's just some marketing text that you don't really care about the security of. They don't find that to be some kind of confidential information. Then you can focus on the content format itself. Maybe it's a document. You don't want to copy the text all the time. You just want the document to be translated right away, and you can just edit it instead. So then you're given a few other options like Copilot, DeepL Pro, Google Translate, Microsoft Translate, or eTranslation, the tools that support document input. But maybe you want to translate code. So you have some kind of JavaScript document, maybe a HTML document that has code, and you don't want to risk the text or the code itself being damaged because the traditional tool might misunderstand some part of your code. You can use ChatGPT, Copilot, or Gemini by telling these tools that, look, I want you to translate only the text, and it will understand that in the quotation marks, or like in the quotation marks, here's the text, please translate, and it will follow those guidelines, or at least it will do its best. But maybe you just want to quickly copy and paste some text. Well, then we go to the work style, where we asked the translator, do you want to have bigger control? Do you want to tell it what it should look like? So if it's some sort of marketing text, maybe you want it to sound in a particular way. Well, then you can use prompt engineering, which is just it's a fancy way of saying putting a nice text of instructions. So then you have ChatGPT, Copilot, and Gemini. But if you value speed, then we go to traditional translation, which is just DeepL, Google Translate, Microsoft Translator, and e-translation. So if you just want to input some text very quickly, you just want it done, maybe it's not something very important, you can just do that and it will provide you with a translation that you might want to use. So to draw conclusions from the research, there is no single perfect tool because every single scenario is different. We are all different people and we have different needs, and data privacy and security must be considered before using any translation tool. This is a must, in my opinion, because if you're just being ignorant of when you're translating your passport information and your other details, it is very risky. Again, you don't know where that information is going and you don't know who's seeing it. So it's very important to pay attention to this, even even if you don't think that it's that important to you, it is still important in my opinion, because it is your data and you should be careful with whom you share it with. And other important selection criteria include desired work style, as I mentioned, the necessity of offline translation, language pair availability and support, cost constraints and usage limitations, text format and complexity. And strategic selection reduces the overall workload because if we select the correct tool and I tell it the style that I want it to be performing, I won't have to make as many edits and it will save me time and potentially money because time is money, and that rapid development of technology requires continuous knowledge updating, following innovations, and learning to use new translation tools. So that would be it from me. I thank you very much, fellow colleagues, for listening to me. I hope this information was useful and you learned something new. And if you have any questions, please let me know. I'm available. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Marius. I dropped your question in the chat, but we save time. You can answer via chat. We run to the next presenter. We switch back Dangole, and then we will have the last presenter from Latvia. So just a moment. I'll try to share slides from Dangole. He's sitting next to me. Okay, sure. And PowerPoint. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Gytis, for assistance. First of all, really, I'm very happy to see all of you, our presenters of session 1 in our ALTA conference. And now I want to present one of the projects. We are running a few of them, Green Move, Transforming Sustainable Future. This slide was prepared by coordinator of this project, Chris Mamidis from Municipality of North Corfu from Greece. And okay, what is Green Move? I don't know how many of you have experience in the project, but first time in my life I participate in CERV. It's something new. Not all countries have possibility to participate. And main idea was about how we can promote sustainability, sustainable mobility in rural and island areas through innovative technologies, collaborative strategies, and participatory approaches from the bottom up. And speak about Iceland, of course, Baltic Sea is we are a little bit close to the water, and from our region participate Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Totally, we have 16 countries and 17 partners. Could you imagine? Really, it's a lot of partners. And as you see, we have a variety of our partners. And it was very interesting, but because maybe more as a 50% of our partners, they are representing municipalities, because main idea to share our experience, to create some digital books, because we main idea of the project to collect experience and to share among us. And the second idea that what we are collecting, it could be useful for the another partners, not from the partners list. When we look first time, project looks very nice. We had, because we finished last project partner meeting was in Portugal 2 weeks ago. We have 6 different meetings in different countries, but more or less all of them are in the Sound. And first meeting, it was in North Corfu, Greece, and we have different subject for the meeting. It was really very intensive, very useful for us meetings, because usually it was 2 days meetings, and we made a lot of presentation. And before these meetings, we prepare a lot of material. We made research in our local areas connected to topic of the meeting. For example, European rural identity and transformation. It was really very interesting, but honestly telling, for us, it was a little bit complicated to write a situation about empowering women in mountains regions, because in Lithuania we have highest mountain, 293 meters. It means, but anyway, we've done our job, and more as 200 participants participate in these workshops. And it's very important to underline that after these meetings, we have close collaboration, close communication, talking about different things, what we are doing everyday life in our institutions. And we became not only partners, but we became as a friends. As I mentioned, it was not only meetings, but of course we are creating some outcomes, and we create some guidebook. And in this book, we have 6 chapters dedicated to each title in the different meetings. And it was not so easy to write. For example, as I remember, maybe in first European rural identity and transformation, we wrote maybe 28 pages when we want to present situation in Lithuania. It means a lot of research, collecting some practical things, very positive, and presenting during our meeting. Second one of the, after this meeting, we discussed, it was long discussion, hot discussion, how we can share our experience in different countries. And really, I was so surprised about how we can share cars in Slovenia, because it's very, how to say, positive things, and they are using such things. For example, when we speak in Malta, usually we have totally different problems. Like in Malta, when we speak about traffic in Kaunas, Vilnius, and other countries, it's okay. But in Malta, really, Malta is overcrowded by tourism, and it's not so easy, how to say, to have some ideas and to implement them. And again, we create this toolkit, and for this toolkit could be useful for any European municipality. As I mentioned in the beginning, a lot of partners are representing municipalities from different countries. And second, digital toolbox. Again, we've done a lot, we create some digital repository for collecting different cases, and I think it could be very useful in the future. Telling about budget in the project, you have to understand that each all have some specific rules, like Horizon, Erasmus+, CERV, and for the partners budget, it was really very minimum. We work as a voluntaries, but the main results for us and main how to say, positive things for us, it was collecting experience for different countries, and very often it was a lot of new things, not like, for example, in my country, in Lithuania. And European Day. I was a little bit surprised, sorry for that, because Lithuania has not so nice experience being occupied by Russia, and they are celebrating 9th of May, but this is European Day. and European Day of Sustainable Mobility. It means really somehow this day became important for us, and very important for us that promoting greener, more inclusive transport. As I mentioned, we are green movers, it's okay. And I saw a lot of different ideas and how they are implementing these ideas in different countries. Really, it was very, very interesting project and very useful for us. Because after each meeting, for example, myself, I have such task to share what we are collecting during the meeting, during reading some papers from different countries, to share this information in my local areas. And we done it, and I'm so happy. But some elements, of course, some elements, it's not copy paste, but some elements with adaptation now I see in my country, of course, in my region. Second, of course, it was a few meetings, as I mentioned, and in Fano. And we made decision because it was written application, but when you are in the process, usually you have new and new ideas. And our consortium adopted universal design for all of us. And again, it was very interesting, something new for us, but sometimes very useful, especially when we speak about children's needing safe outdoor play areas and older citizens, and of course, persons with disability. And I think some ideas is very useful for us. And again, if you look to Demos Kratos, sorry, in the beginning, I don't know what exactly this means, but because, as you know, we have partner and coordinator from Greece, and it was some small things suggesting to us to look more careful, for example, air quality improvements, mobility accessibility, social inclusion metrics, disability inclusion indicators, and different things, what we can do step by step in our regions. And of course, we have to have some municipality support, because we are speaking not about institutional level, but we speak about municipalities in region and maybe in country. We will see, because we wrote next application and we are not sure, but we hope it will be positive evaluated. I remember very well meeting in Paphos. Really, it was honestly telling a little bit, I don't like to tell dangerous, but a little bit stressful trip to Paphos, because on this time, during this day when I was in Paphos, it was bombing. And some partners could, because of situation, you know this, because some partners, they didn't arrive, and it was complicated to came because of some stress and maybe transport strike, fake media, etc., etc. But what we are doing, usually, as you know, when you have 16 partners, 17 partners from 16 countries, of course, we have to use some technologies, and it was hybrid meeting, very active, very enthusiastic, and practically these technologies solve this problem, and all partners, all participants have possibility not only to present what they wanted to present, to discuss, and again, co-create as they were in the room, and we create new ideas. Because you know, when you are a little bit stressful, sometimes ideas are coming more fast. And shared European legacy, now we are thinking, but we have not only a project with 17 partners, but we have Green Move Network. I'm so happy about this, but it was not only activities, tasks, we have to do, but we are using different media channels for communication. And it's very useful for us to use different media like WhatsApp, for example, for sharing and to sending very fast messages. Of course, we are using traditional, channels. But now we know, but when you are sharing, it could be some photos, it could be some message. Your partners became as a friends, as a family members. And now really we finished our project, and we are not so happy, because really it's a sad moment, and we are waiting very much for continuation. And of course, what during this 1.5 year, we know each other, and when we have some problems, we can pragmatically to solving it, and we can discuss it, what you are doing in such situation, and maybe I can use your experience. It's very important for us to have now, we have really a lot of people, and as I mentioned, about 200 participants have possibility to participate directly. And my idea really to invite you, if you want to read digital toolbox, you see Green Move, it's very easy to find, and join to our conversation. It's very interesting for us again. And my last slide, because I want to be more fast, because I know we are a little bit delay. Thank you for your attention. And if you have some ideas, if you have some thinking to have more skills, more knowledge in what we've done about Green Move, and maybe you have interest what we've done in the project, you can visit our Green Move site. And if you have some personal questions, please write me, because really now it's not, we don't have time for answers, but really it was fantastic project and really very useful for us. On the end of my presentation, it's some message. I can stop sharing. Okay. Some message for you as an organizer of this conference. After this session on presentations, we will send you a link to the record, and each of you, will send a digital certificate about participating in this conference and doing presentation. Really, I missed you. It would be nice to have face-to-face meeting, but anyway, sometimes it's much better to have a virtual connection instead not having nothing. Okay, thank you, and all the best for you. And again, I'm happy to be here. Next presenter, please.
Thank you, Danguolė. Thank you for your presentation. And last but not least, we have colleagues from Latvia, Eva Silina from Latvian Association of Labor Society Specialists, and Ines Vilkane from Riga Technical University, Latvia. So please, presentation, social isolation schema and limited participation in adult education, a care perspective. So the floor is yours.
Greetings for Radio Latvia. Hopefully you can see me and you can hear me. Last presentation about a little bit sad topic, I should say, social isolation schema that really often limit participation, as it said in the title, in adult education, but not only limited to. It concerns all educational sectors and all possible workplaces. So I will try to be summarized and short. Still, I have to pay attention to some important theoretical moments. First is what we do understand by schema. Schema is a cognitive framework that shapes how individuals interpret experiences, emotions, and social relationships. There are some positive schemas and some negative schemas. And one of these negative schemas are called social isolation schema, an early maladaptive schema that is characterized by persistent belief of being different from others and not belonging. And basically, if there is a social isolation schema, it often leads to social withdrawal that results in reduced participation and can lead to social death risk. So here I will present a care project where we used concept of social death as an awareness-raising form to describe severe and prolonged social disconnection associated with the loss of social roles, a sense of belonging, and meaningful participation. So, what's the difference when we talk about social isolation and social death? Social isolation is a lack of meaningful social connections and interactions that lead to loneliness, depression, and also influence health in a negative way. But here is also important distinction. Social isolation, it's not introversion, because introversion, there are a lot of introvert persons, and it doesn't mean they experience social isolation, because introversion is a personality trait when people prefer solitude without significant emotional distress. We can help people with social isolation. We can move them back to education and social contact, but when it comes to social death, a state in which individual loses social identity, meaningful roles, and a sense of belonging, it's a medical state, and it's very hard for colleagues, for peers, for leaders to influence this part, because it's a medical state. So the aim is to work on social isolation by strengthening social networks and supportive relationships, and stop this chain when person from social isolation goes to social death way. And me and my colleagues from Latvian Association of Labor Safety Specialists, together with professionals from Cyprus, Strategic Omnia Research and Technology Development, as well as Association for Education and Social Development from Slovenia, addressed social isolation and social death problem through Erasmus Plus small-scale partnership and adult education project, here social death awareness campaign. This project aimed to strengthen the capacity of adult educators as well as SME representatives to recognize and respond to social death and social isolation, aiming to promote social connectedness, inclusion, and active participation. And we had 4 target groups: adult educators and SME representatives, as well as mostly influenced part, adult learners and employed adults. A project concentrated on 4 phases, starting from a learning lab that united experts for different consultations to validate key concepts and survey instruments. Then we proceeded with baseline mapping report and online surveys conducted in project partner countries to assess the awareness level and knowledge gaps related to social death as a terminology, and in a way, do we know mechanisms, what can we do about it? Then we proceeded with educational intervention by developing of the digital guide and implementing of social death awareness campaign, where through 19 dissemination activities, we reached 400 participants. And here I'm talking about face-to-face interactions. We reach more participants through different digital activities, but as the topic is quite sensitive, it was easier to work in smaller groups and with a face-to-face approach. And then we measured the results after educational intervention and created follow-up mapping report to measure distinction, what was achieved, and how it raised the awareness of these sensitive topics. Within the baseline mapping report, we discovered that more than half, basically more than 64% of all target group participants had never heard about the term social death. It was something new. Still, based depending on target groups, but at least around 1/3 of all participants reported, I think I know how to reduce the risk of social deaths, but when it came to questions about their roles in prevention and how to do this, they were not uncertain about their own role. And my main conclusions were that the findings revealed a substantial educational gap and confirmed the need for structured learning resources and targeted awareness-raising activities, and particularly in distance education, where this hidden disengagement may be quite hard and more difficult to detect as in face-to-face environments. The most important result of the project was digital guide regarding social death, where social isolation schemas are explained in details, as well as social deprivation pathway development ways, and respective knowledge, skills, and competences are presented, how to deal with this social problem. And the last part concentrated on social connectedness recommendations and scenarios in an interactive way, where anyone can try themselves in a way of what would I do in such a situation if I were educator, if I were a student, if I were employed person, or if it's my SME that has this problem. And the problem is we can create interesting resources, different approaches to problems, different campaigns, and address whatever we like. But if there is a group of people that never participate, then it makes hard to achieve something. And that's why it's important, especially for educators, to understand how to deal with social isolation schemas in educational sector and as well in workplaces. Basically, with the digital guide, what we did, we transformed a complex psychological concept into structured and scalable learning resource for adult education. And after awareness campaign, follow-up results showed that comparing to the baseline, where nearly all respondents were not able to recognize and understand the concept of social death, after this explanatory work, almost all participants were able to do so. And the same happened with practical knowledge of prevention strategies, as more than 95% of survey target groups reported confidence in their ability to contribute to prevention within their professional or social roles. So the results basically suggested that the intervention did not merely increase awareness, but also strengthen perceived agency and, most importantly, readiness to perform. All CARE project outputs are openly accessible and designed for reuse and both in adult education, professional development, and future research. And you are free to join and see the project website, as well as a Pale, where the project results are shared, and Erasmus Results project platform, and try yourself in different roles, as these resources are suitable both for educators and for learners as well. Hopefully, this is just the beginning for larger scale initiatives, to continue target this sensitive topic with a common goal to promote more active and engaged society in all means of educational activities. So I try to be very fast, as I know we are running out of time, but still just some conclusions from the project. Structured educational interventions can help to identify and address hidden psychosocial barriers to participation, and open educational resources provide a scalable and accessible support for educators and learners as well. Still, the CARE project demonstrates that social isolation is a significant yet often overlooked factor influencing participation in adult education. And when we combine purposeful pedagogical design, social connectedness, and digital learning tools, this together can significantly strengthen inclusion, learner engagement, and sustained participation in adult education. So thank you for your attention. That was a quick overview. If you want to learn more, you are more than welcome to see the project website, as well as to contact me, Eva Shilina, or my colleague Ines Vilcane for more questions. And probably some of you would be interested to join a larger initiative based on CARE project results to further investigate this topic. Thank you, and greetings to all of you in Kaunas, and have a productive and fruitful day today.
Thank you, Eva. Yeah, it was really important subject and so interesting presentation. And joking about the time, my friend from Riga's Technical University, Artis Kapineks, once told to me that time is also a very social construct. And for example, in Africa, they have completely different understanding of time. When we are thinking that time is passing by, in Africa, they think that all time is coming to them. So more time is coming, more time you have. So it's just a fun fact. Okay, so thanks for all the most patient participants, and it was really interesting session, important topics, and so please keep in touch with each other, collaborate further on in different projects, and if someone wants to say a few words at the end to wrap up, please go ahead. Unfortunately, Danguolė had to run to another meeting because we have a project meeting in parallel. So we are switching between two events. So sorry for this also. Yeah, but now life is very intense, and you need, especially with the artificial intelligence, it becomes more and more fast running. Not sure whether it's good or bad. Okay, so thank you very much, and have a nice afternoon. Bye-bye, everybody.
Okay, thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.